Life gives you plenty of choices, so you have to choose the best. At St. Dominic, we give our students the best education they can get and equip them to reach their full potential and fulfill their dreams in their chosen field of expertise. Our education is beyond basic. In preschool, grade school, and junior high school, we instill the necessary foundation of a balanced EQ and IQ quality of education. We set the bar higher and make sure Dominicans excel in every aspect to prepare them well in their life. Parents envision their children to reach their full potential and someday become role models and ideal citizens of our country and even of Asia. This vision has become our mission since St. Dominic was first founded in 2003, and to this day, St. Dominic has mastered the quality of education that we offer from basic education to graduate studies. St. Dominic continuously hones all passionate achievers to become the professionals they dream to become. Because our vision is our mission.
The story of St. Dominic College of Asia is a shining example of what a dedicated family is capable of achieving through perseverance, hard work, and cooperation. In 2003, 12 years after the realization of the Dream Hospital, St. Dominic Medical Center in Cavite, St. Dominic College of Arts and Sciences was founded, initially offering programs in caregiving and Bachelor of Science in Nursing in collaboration with SAMC. St. Dominic has evolved into a full-fledged collegiate institution with four schools: School of Health Science Professions, School of Arts Sciences and Education, School of International Hospitality and Tourism Management, and School of Business and Computer Studies. In 2007, the college embarked on an ambitious long-term goal which aims to achieve a university status within the next 20 years. Preparations towards accreditation of the academic programs was pursued in earnest. Rebranding strategies were also explored to make the college more relevant, responsive, and congruent with the current trends and practices of a highly globalized educational system. In 2009, St. Dominic College of Arts and Sciences was officially renamed as St. Dominic College of Asia. The change of name was made to allow the college to grow and provide more room for expansion in its programs and services in the years to come. This change redounds to the benefit of the students as it will eventually give them positional advantage in the crowded workplace in the competitive world, for its name reflects the global standards the college stands for. Highlights of this academic transformation includes the launch of the Basic Education Unit and Level 1 accreditation of Business Administration, Information Technology, Education, Psychology, Hospitality Management, and Nursing programs by the Philippine Association of Colleges and Universities Commission and Accreditation in 2014. SDCA continues to strive in achieving excellent service and program offerings. The International Organization for Standardization was awarded to SDCA as a highlight of the 11th founding anniversary. In response with the 2015 ASEAN integration and backed up by our impressive track record in higher education, SDCA reaffirmed our leadership by keeping up with the changes in the Philippine education system. The launch of our progressive and industry-responsive senior high school in 2016. Same year, SDCA Graduate School offered Master in Business Administration and Master of Arts in Psychology, proved to the community indeed walked the talk. Through the leadership of Dr. Nilda W. Balsicas, SDCA is working towards the institutional sustainability accreditation and achieved the PACOCOA Level 3 accreditation in the occasion of SDCA's 15th year in 2018. Another milestone marks the crystal year of the institution as SDCA opened the 11-story Greg Dom Building 3. With the dynamism of SDCA's industry-seasoned faculty and administrators, the institution was able to achieve various recognition in academics. In the areas of linkages, SDCA continues to have strong relationships with industry partners and academic networks. SDCA's vision to become autonomous status is the mission in the years to come, alongside with the efforts to be recognized as center of development. St. Dominic College of Asia continues to accomplish for the past 15 years is a testimony of its core values of service, dynamism, competence, and accountability. Because in St. Dominic College of Asia, we revolutionized education.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. No matter where you are right now, it is our honor and privilege to have you on this research conference. Mabuhay! Welcome to the International Scientific Drug Conference of Asia 2020, a research in pharmaceutical, medical science, and drug discovery with a theme Research, Development, and Innovations for Global Healthcare. We are all excited as this is the first ever virtual conference of the ISDCA. I'm Professor Emmanuel Pacau, a faculty member in the College of Pharmacy, St. Dominic College of Asia, Philippines, and your moderator for this conference. This event is made possible in collaboration with St. Dominic College of Asia, School of Health Science Professions, College of Pharmacy, and the St. Dominic College of Asia Research, Extension and Linkages, Research, Innovation and Development Office, Philippines, Jamaya College of Pharmacy, India, and International Journal of Science and Pharma Innovations, India. Ladies and gentlemen, this international conference is represented by participants from countries including Pakistan, India, Nepal, Malaysia, and Philippines. Let us start the conference with the invocation, to be followed by the Philippine National Anthem.
Hide me now under your wings. Cover me within your mighty hand. When the oceans rise and thunders roar, I will soar with you above the storm. Father, you are king over the flood. I will be still, know you are God. For rest my soul in Christ alone. Know His love, quietness and trust. When the oceans rise and thunders roar, I will soar with you above the storm. Father, you are king over the flood, and I will be still and know you are God. I will be still and know you are God. I will be still and know you are God.
Bayang magiliw, bebas ng silanganan. Alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y umay. Lupang hinirang, kuya ka ng magiting. Sa manlulupit, kita masisingin. Sa lahat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mo kamay. Ay nilang ang tunahan, sa paglayang
And now, to formally start the conference, let us call the chairman of the ISDCA 2020 and the program chair of the College of Pharmacy, St. Dominic College of Asia, Philippines, Professor Anthony Armarin for the opening message.
Good afternoon to our President, Dr. Gregorio A. Andaman Jr., Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Mary Nelly T. Roa, Vice President for Research, Community Extension, and Linkages, Dr. Nilda W. Lalsicas, Dean of School of Health Science Professions, Dr. Joel G. Matamis, keynote speaker, Professor Nahala Ismail, to be introduced later, research presenter, guests, students, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Today marks the history of the School of Health Science Professions of the St. Dominic College of Asia that facilitate the International Research Conference. I would like to express my sincere thanks to all of you for participating in International Scientific Drug Conference of Asia, or ISDCA 2020. In light of the global health emergency and pervasive travel restrictions, the organizing committee came up with the idea of launching the ISDCA 2020 in collaboration with the Office of Research, Community Extension, and Linkages, School of Health Science Professions, Jamia College of Pharmacy in India, through the support of Professor Rahil Khan as their academic head, and its principal, Professor Muhammad Tariq, and Dr. Ansari, the editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Science and Pharma Innovations, to create an international conference that delegates can participate under video conference to make it safe, productive, and well-attended atmosphere. Hope that everyone can take care and have a good health. Through this conference, we hope that we could engage with all the participants in constructive discussion on related conference topics and exchange ideas. The ISDCA committee were glad to receive of less than 100 submissions from different countries in Asia, such as Malaysia, Indonesia, Nepal, Thailand, India, and Pakistan, and selected only the best topic to be presented today. Thank you for their support and effort to the ISDCA 2020. I believe that this conference will a timely arena where the experts and scholars from different parts of the world to present and discuss their recent and development results in all aspects in advanced technology. I also hope that the conference provides good chances to promote international friendship among the experts and scholars in this field and continues to do so in the years to come. I certainly hope that all the participants can benefit and have a good time at ISDCA 2020, and greatly appreciated if you can attend the ISDCA 2021 on June, or May, or on June, as well as the International Research Poster presentation of IJPSI in India, probably in November or in December. Again, thank you very much and mabuhay.
Thank you, Professor Marin. Let us welcome the Dean of the School of Health Science Professions, St. Dominic College of Asia, Philippines, Dr. Joel G. Matamis, for the welcome address.
To our ever supportive President, Dr. Gregorio A. Andaman Jr., to our indefatigable Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Marinelli T. Roa, our very brilliant Vice President for Research and International Linkages, Dr. Nilda W. Balsicas, to one of the keynote speakers, Dr. Rahil Khan, to the program chairs of the School of Health Science Professions, delegates from the different countries, guests, friends, ladies and gentlemen, a wonderful day to everyone. Truly, this is an opportune time to deal with one of the most significant areas in the field of science, and that is research. And of course, its development and innovation, especially in the field of health science. On behalf of the School of Health Science Professions and the St. Dominic College of Asia as a whole, I am compelled to give my heartfelt gratitude to the research scholars and paper presenters from various parts of the globe who made it to this SDCA International Scientific Drug Conference of Asia. I believe that through this conference, we will be given a platform to identify the vulnerable spots, given more understanding, focused on essential aspects, and improve our capabilities in research as the delegates share their expertise in the field. Beyond doubt, this activity brushes upon a spectrum of exciting and benefiting research topics rather, that discuss the aspects relative to good healthcare or global healthcare. We should never lean back and think we have all the knowledge and insight we need in terms of research. Such this activity will definitely help each and everyone learning from each other's research endeavor, and of course, sharing each one's expertise in the field. Indeed, what matters most in research endeavor is the knowledge shared and the opportunity for the output to be utilized by the greater population. I am therefore very pleased, and St. Dominic College of Asia is very fortunate that the best minds in research are here today. I would like to commend the organizers of these events, spearheaded of course by the program chair of the pharmacy department, Professor Anthony Marie. In concluding, I wish all the participants every success in your presentations. Mabuhay, and once again, thank you and a pleasant day to everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Matamis. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the keynote speaker. Professor Dr. Nala El Qudsiya Ismail graduated with bachelor's degree in pharmacy, honorary, from University Kebangsaan, Malaysia in the year 2000, with Pharmacy Board of Malaysia registration in 2001. Professor Dr. Nala was successfully awarded a PhD degree distinction report in the field of clinical pharmaceutics at Institute of Pharmaceutical Innovations and School of Pharmacy, University of Bradford, Bradford, United Kingdom in July 2005. To date, she has taught more than 75 courses to diploma, degree, and postgraduate students in United Kingdom and Malaysia using innovative teacher and student-centered learning. As the pioneer of clinical pharmaceutics in Malaysia, she is the founder of the first Clinical Pharmaceutics Research Group or CPRG from 2008 in Malaysia, and that was later acknowledged as Clinical Biopharmaceutics Research Group or CBRG under Research Initiative Group by Research Management Institute, University Technology, Mara, Malaysia. The CBRG comprised of Inhalational Delivery Lab or IDL, Biomedical Analysis Lab or BAL, and Honey Research Lab. IDL was the first in Asia, comprising all pivotal facilities in analyzing particles delivery emitted from various medical devices, including nasal sprays, meter dose inhalers, spacers, dry powder inhalers, and various types of nebulizers, industrial and domestic sprays, as well as environmental air quality assessment ranging from nano to micro sizes of particles. Professor Dr. Nala holds membership in various local and international pharmacy and health-based organizations. She has been publishing more than 250 publications, including research journal articles, proceedings, chapter in books, books, and magazines. She has been invited to deliver lectures, talks, and conduct workshops at local and international events, as well as a reviewer and editorial board member for local and international journals, and serve as organizing committee member in various conferences. Her research area of interest is mainly in the field of pharmaceutics, drug delivery, nanotechnology, inhalational deliveries, pharmaceutical analysis such as in method development, detection and validation, clinical pharmacy, pharmacy education and leadership, pharmacy practice, public health, neurobehavioral, psychosocial, pharmaceutical policy, complementary and alternative medicines. She is also actively participating in honey, plant, and animal modeling studies in exploring and defining new therapeutic entity. Professor Dr. Nala had been awarded research and travel grants as well as awards and medals in national and international scientific invention, innovation, and design exhibitions, competitions, conferences, and community services. As a clinical pharmacist, having seniority, and a teacher practitioner, she was one of the regular invited guests for radio UFM Malaysia under the segment You and Health, covering numerous health topics, as well as one of the invited speakers for leadership and soft skills development. She has been as the chairman and member of the boards of studies for Diploma in Pharmacy, Bachelor of Pharmacy, Master in Clinical Pharmacy, Master and PhD studies involving heavily in curriculum review, audits, recognition, and accreditation affairs. Holding various posts at different senior management levels at different institutions and currently a member of the Malaysian Academy of Pharmacy. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Professor Dr. Nala El Qudsiya Ismail.
Thank you very much, Prof. Chair Session, for the kind introduction. First of all, I would like to thank Saint Dominic College of Asia in Philippines for the invitation through Prof. Marin, which is the chairman of the ISDCA 2020. And also, I would like to thank the Dean, Dr. Matamis of the School of Health Science Professions for inviting me to this conference. I would like to share a little bit on our recent research, which is within this about 10 to 15 minutes, we will talk on the adulterated honey ameliorate stress depression disorders. Back in 2015, the Ministry of Health Malaysia have noted that the stress depression, it is the number 2 disability in the world, And also it has been acknowledged by the American Psychiatric Association that the depression is one of the major mental disorder. So the stress depression, it is more prevalent compared to the other morbidities such as obesity, hypertension, and cancer. With this recent pandemic of the COVID-19 that affecting the whole world, so the mental health during pandemic of the COVID-19 is at the state of alarm. It is capsized travel plans, indefinite isolation, panic over scarce resources, and information overload could be a recipe for unchecked anxiety and feelings of the isolation that can lead to stress and depression. A little bit on the acacia honey. Acacia honey is originated from the nectars of the trees, which is known as the Acacia mendium, and the honey from the specific species of the Apis mellifera. And this acacia honey was collected from the one of the state which is located at the south of the Semenanjung, Malaysia. And shown a few medicines such as it can help in the wound healing because of the antibacterial properties. It also has been shown to have anti-inflammatory properties. It will able to regulate the hormones. It also have the neuroprotective, which is through the neuronal proliferation, and it has also been shown to help in protecting from the oxidative stress. So the main objective for this study is we would like to investigate the anti-stress depression effects of the acacia honey using the chronic unpredictable mild stress, which is in abbreviation, which is the CUMS animal modeling. So using this CUMS, we would like to look into the effects of acacia honey on the onset of the depression. We would like to identify the effects of acacia honey on the stressed rats, and at the same time, we would like to identify the CUMS model to be compatible with the local laboratory. This is roughly our study design. While we're looking into the anti-stress activities of the acacia honey, we conducted the preliminary study of the animal model, which is involving the early stage, and then we validated the animal model for the main study. And at the same time, for the honey, we also checked the physicochemical and the quality of the honey. Okay, so for the honey physicochemical and quality, for the quality test, we examine the moisture content, the pH, and also the free acidity. We also look into the acute toxicity of the acacia, and there's another honey that we are comparing, that we are running concurrently, which is the tualang honey. Okay. We also look into the antioxidant activities, and we under the antioxidant activities, we look for the total phenolic content. We also look into the total flavonoid content and also the oxidative hemolysis assay. So for the under the oxidative hemolysis assay, we simulate the in vivo antioxidant activities by measuring rate of the erythrocytes hemolysis from free radicals. The quality test of the honey is very important to ensure that we should be able to detect whether spoilage occurred or not during the storage of the honey. The honey also have been tested for its toxicity. Let us look briefly into the animal modeling, which is the chronic unpredictable mild stress CUMS. Okay, the CUMS, it can be specifically differs between lab. Therefore, this is the reason why it is not considered as the gold standard. So, for each lab that would like to have this kind of animal modeling, they have to conduct or to have the animal modeling in their lab to ensure that they are suitable for their local condition in the lab. And under the CUMS, what we can see is we wanted to look whether there is any depression happen after we introduce a different kind of stressors. Depression is usually happen when there is a sign of anxiety, fatigue, loss of weight, and a long term of stress condition. And this has been regulated due to the HPA axis dysregulation. So we would like to show the honey physicochemical and the quality. So we are using the IHC standard. IHC is the International Honey Commission. Our honey that being used, which is the acacia honey, it falls within the IHC standard. And we also look into the honey antioxidants, and this acacia honey has been shown very good property of antioxidant. When we look into the acute toxicity test, there is no LD50 were observed at 5,000 milligram over kg of acacia as well as the tualang honey after 14 days. We will look into the preliminary study of our animal model. Okay, so we applied a different kind of stressors to check for the different type of stressor. Okay, so when we want to test on the stressor type of proximal, the stresses that we applied were food and water deprivation, cage tilting and damp bedding, forced swimming, and the restricted movement. When we want to look into the stressor type of distal, the stresses that we applied were overnight illumination, white noise, as well as novel environment. These were the preliminary stressor schedule at the early stage of the CUMS, whereby the age of the rats about 8 weeks were obtained, followed by 1 week of habituation, then randomly divided into study group, underwent 28 days random stress, the weight and food intake been taken every week, and at the day 39, 29, 30, and 31, we will look into the behavioral and the blood evaluation. And then under the evaluation selection for the behavioral, physical, and biochemistry evaluation, for the behavioral evaluation, we look into the sucrose preference test, this is the indication for the anhedonia characteristic. As well as the second one under the behavioral evaluation, we will look into the open field test, which is going to show us the locomotor disturbance. Under the physical evaluation, we look into the percentage of weight changes analysis, mainly the weight loss, as well as the food energy efficiency analysis, mainly the destructed energy storage. For the biochemistry evaluation, we look into the hematological and blood electrolyte analysis, to look whether there is any sign of fatigue and renal function, which is either it is malfunction or not. We also look into the stress-related hormone, mainly the cortisol, which is going to tell us whether there is any destruction at the HPA axis or not. For the rats group, at the early beginning of this model, we have 4 normal control, stress and acacia honey, a stress and tualang honey, and the stress model, which is the normal control will be no stress and no supplement given. For the stress and acacia group, this will be known as the treatment group. We applied different kind of stressors and we gave the rats 1.2 gram per kg of the acacia honey. For the stress and tualang, which is the comparison to compare with the acacia honey, we also gave the same kind of stressors with 1.2 gram per kg of the tualang honey. And the stress model, it will be the negative control group, applied stress but no supplement given. So when we look into the preliminary study of the animal model results, we can see that it is not successful due to a few reasons. One is the aberrant psychological results, which is the stress from unfamiliar tests and novel experience. Number 2, there is depression. Number 3, the control and model group similar results. Okay. From there, we validated again our model. And during the validation period, we added another one, which is previously it was 7 stressors. Now we add number 8, which is the rest. And the rest is the one that we're going to look into the stressor type of the distal. For the stressor schedule, we change and we improvise by using the rat's age of 6-week-old. Then for each cage, we will put only 5 rats. There will be 2-week habituation, followed by 2 rats per cage with 1 week of habituation. After that, the rats randomly divided into study group. It will undergo 28 days random stress. We will look into the physical evaluation, mainly the rat's weight and the food intake every week. We will also look into the behavioral evaluation, open field test, 15 minutes apparatus habituation, behavioral evaluation, sucrose preference test conducted once weekly, then followed by the biochemistry evaluation, blood and cortisol hormone tests. For evaluation selection, all remain the same as before. However, for the rats group, we change, we improvise. Normal control, same as before, no stress, no supplement given. Now we add the stress rats together with the drug. So the drug that we use is 0.01 gram per kg of amitriptyline, and this we call as the positive control group. The stress and acacia remain the same with the same dose, and the stress model, which is remain as the negative control group. They were given 1.2 gram per kg distilled water. From there, I would like to share a little bit on the results on the anti-stress activities of the acacia honey. Okay, we look into the stress model. It shows very significant low sucrose preference, which is shown that our stress model successful by showing all the rats are under stress. When we look into the group that been treated with amitriptyline or the acacia honey, there's a major improvement for the sucrose preferences. when we compared with the other groups with the stress model, looking into the frequency of climb, total number of center zone entries, as well as the total time in the center zone minutes, it shows a significant difference between the stress model, the stress acacia group, the stress amitriptyline, as well as the normal group. So we can see the movement of the animal, whether they are more into the center zone or not the center zone. So if they are stress model, they are like into the center zone. We also look into the percentage of weight changes ratio throughout the CUMS experiment. And we can see here, compared to the stress model, when we applied the drug and also the acacia honey, there is an increase of the weight changes ratio. We also would like to show the total calorie intake per weight, which is increased at the end of the CUMS study. We can also see the different distribution of the ACTH concentration, as well as the serum cortisol concentration distribution at the end of the CUMS modeling experiment. Throughout the experiment, for the rat's hematology and biochemistry parameters, all are within the normal range. A little bit discussion on to relate with our findings. First of all, we know that when there is an abnormal HPA axis hormone levels, it is due to the altered stress hormone secretions, as well as there's a blunt hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis. Low weight gain is due to the disruption in the energy metabolism, as well as impaired adipocytes. Anxiety could happen when there's a reduced neuron network and there's some damage at the brain region. For the anhedonia, it can happen due to disruption of the neurotransmitter and the reduction in the brain innervation. So to relate with the discussion on how the honey successfully reduce the stress disorder, number one, it able to regulate energy storage through adipogenesis regulation. Number two, through its neuroprotective, it able to increase the neuronal proliferation. Number three, it protects cell damages from oxidative stress that caused by the stress. And last but not least, it able to regulate stress hormone and reduce the HPA axis diseases. So the conclusion of our study has been shown that our CUMS model successfully developed and should be able to induce stress depression disorder symptoms. The acacia honey supplement reduced stress disorder symptoms in stress rats. And the acacia honey supplement prevent onset of depression in our tested stress rats. This will be our future direction of our study. The effects of the acacia honey treatment on the neuroendocrine function of the stress rat. We will also look into the acacia honey treatment effects on neural secretory mechanism and the possible hypothetical pathway of acacia honey action in facilitated these changes using metabolomic studies. I would like to acknowledge our research group that comprise of the members, which is Kamarul Hafiz Zainul Abidin, Dr. Zulkifli Ishaq, and also Associate Professor Dr. Wan Iriani Wan Ismail. And this study was supported by the Research Acculturation Grant Scheme, which is provided by the Malaysian's Ministry of Higher Education. And of course, the animal study was approved by the Research Committee on the Animal Ethical Use in Research, University Technology, Mara, Malaysia. A little bit on the Malaysian Academy of Pharmacy. Please visit our website so you can look into the programs that we have. We advocating a lifelong learning. We advocating the continuous professional developments, mainly for pharmacists as well as the allied healthcare professionals. So this is the website of the Masa University that you can look into. And we have the programs ranging from the medical up to the business as well as engineering. The Faculty of Pharmacy is situated next to this building. So I would like to thank all of you for your attention. Mabuhay and thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Nala El Qudsiya Ismail. Let us move to the awarding of Certificate of Appreciation to our keynote speaker. Citation reads, International Scientific Drug Conference of Asia, a research in pharmaceutical, medical science, and drug discovery in collaboration with the School of Health Science Professions, College of Pharmacy, Office of the Research, Extension and Linkages, Philippines, and the International Journal of Science and Pharma Innovations, India presents this Certificate of Appreciation to Professor Dr. Nala El Qudsiya Ismail, the Dean, Doctor in Clinical Pharmaceutics, Faculty of Pharmacy, Mahasa University, Malaysia, and a council member of the Malaysian Academy of Pharmacy, Malaysia, for sharing her expertise and valuable knowledge as keynote speaker during the International Scientific Drug Conference of Asia 2020. Signed, Professor Anthony R. Marin, the chairman of the ISDCA 2020 and the program chair of the College of Pharmacy, St. Dominic College of Asia, Philippines, and Dr. Nilda W. Balsicas, the Vice President for Research, Extension and Linkages, Research, Innovation and Development Office, St. Dominic College of Asia, Philippines. Thank you and congratulations, Professor.
Thank you very much.
At this juncture, let us call the chairman of the ISDCA 2020, Professor Anthony R. Marin, for the presentation of research panel members and the criteria for judging.
Good afternoon again. It is my honor and privilege to present to you our distinguished research panel members. Dr. Nelda W. Balsicas, Vice President for Research, Community Extension Services, and Linkages. Dr. Mary Nelly T. Roa, Vice President for Academic Affairs, St. Dominic College of Asia, Philippines. Professor Rahil Khan, Academic Head, JIIU, Jamia College of Pharmacy, Akalkua, India, Managing Editor of IJ, India. Let us hear a message from our panel members. Hello, Doc. I think, can,
Okay.
yeah, okay. Thank you, Doc.
Okay. So, good afternoon, good morning, and good evening to all participants, the organizers, as well as the presenters. I would like to start congratulating the organizers, headed by Professor Anthony Marin, as well as Dr. Joel Matamis, for having this first international scientific drug conference of Asia. We are very much proud of you. And I hope that all the participants, online, and all the researchers who are present today will make this event very, very important for several reasons. One, this is the venue in which our ideas and concepts to conduct further study can actually be honed merely by looking at the presentation of Professor Dr. Ismail. Surely everyone can draw a lot of ideas on how to use acacia honey further in their research. And I think this is also the avenue in which most of us can foster network and collaboration among researchers. And based on the different research studies that we are about to witness, we could see that majority of them have used scientific rigor, have used sophisticated and complex research protocols, and most importantly, they were able to transform knowledge into viable solutions or probable solutions to emergent global problems. So, taking this chance, St. Dominic College of Asia would like to extend again their heartfelt gratitude to all the presenters and to all the participants. And I hope this conference marks the beginning of St. Dominic College of Asia's intellectual journey with the international scientific community. Again, congratulations to everyone. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Basikas. And now let's hear a message from Dr. Mary Nelly Tiroa.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Doc.
A pleasant day, ladies and gentlemen, and dear colleagues. I take great pleasure in welcoming you all in this very important event. They say that data is the new gold in the new normal. In this pandemic, the world is experiencing right now, every day is a new experience. And these experiences in the new normal requires a new mindset. And research plays a significant role in generating new knowledge for our society and to be able to adapt to the realms of the new normal, a new world of opportunities, realizations, and possibilities. We always take things positively in spite of the challenges. Today, we will be listening to various intellectual and inquisitive frontliners in research. This activity will awaken our creative inquiry through research, development, and innovations. And in behalf of St. Dominic College of Asia, thank you so much to the organizers of this event, and I welcome you all in this event. Stay healthy, stay safe, and continue producing research. Thank you.
Thank you so much, VP Roa. And now let's hear a message from Professor Rahil Khan.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Almighty, the most merciful and most compassionate. I would like to just, I am starting these words because of the Almighty. We all are, living in this challenging world, and we are facing so much challenges due to COVID-19. But one thing for sure, which has not, decreased the passion amongst our researchers and our student community, that is towards the research and publishing good research articles and presenting their research work. And this is really an amazing platform. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude towards St. Dominic College of Asia, Philippines, Professor Anthony Marine, then the Dean, Dr. Matamis, and of course to the overall panel members and the presenters. From the Jamia College of Pharmacy and Akalpua, India, we are the partners with St. Domino's College. Along with that, I am also the Managing Editor of IGSPI, the International Journal of Science and Pharma Innovations, which is also a platform for the researchers to publish their articles in a very hassle-free and cost-effective manner. So I wish all the presenters a very best of luck for their presentation today, and I would request all the presenters to present these research work in future as well, so we can have similar kind of activities in with current researchers and other many more peoples across the world. Currently, we are organizing this conference to the level of Asia only, and most probably with the help of Professor Anthony and Dr. Marine and Jamia College of Pharmacy, we are also going to have it internationally across the world. So on this note, I won't take much more time because this is the day for the presenters and we already talked a lot. So all the best to all of the presenters. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello, sir. I think you are muted.
Thank you so much. Now let's proceed with the conference presentation evaluation. For the best in research presenter, the criteria for evaluation composed of originality, 10%, applicability, 10%, technical merit, 10%, PowerPoint, 10%, English, 10%, the total of 50%. Results will be announced after the presentation of our research participants. For the presentation rules, 12 minutes given for each presenter, 1 to 2 questions from research panel members, and presentation of certificate, a total of 15 minutes. Okay, thank you very much, and God bless.
Let us now proceed with the presentation proper. Okay, to introduce the first presenter is a registered pharmacist and has been in the academe for 6 years. Graduated as PhD in Pharmacy at the Shiksha O Anusandhan University, Bhubaneswar, India in 2019. He has 26 research papers and book published, awarded as Young Scientist and Best in Research. He is currently an assistant professor in Pharmacology, Department of Pharmacy, School of Health Allied Sciences, Arka Jain University, Jamshedpur, Jharkhand, India, to present the role of chronic neuroinflammation in the progression of Alzheimer's disease. Let us call Dr. Prashant Tiwari.
Thank you, Doc. May I share my PowerPoint presentation? Good morning, one and all. This is Namaste from India. I am Dr. Prashant Tiwari. Today, we are going to be discuss about role of chronic inflammation in the progression of Alzheimer disease. So before going to presentation in depth, I just want to convey my sincere greetings to the organizers who took a lot of effort to make this event successful, and especially my friend Professor Marin Anthony, who took a lot of initiative to organize such kind of events. So I'm grateful to him. So without taking much more time, just I would like to draw your attention how the chronic inflammation is important, how inflammation may lead an Alzheimer disease in a long term or chronic administration of any medication, or there are certain etiological or genetic factors are there. So may I have the next slide, please? Can we have a next slide? Doc, can anybody hear? Can I have a next slide, please?
Okay,
Yeah, hello.
I think,
Can I have a
could you
next
please
slide?
move? Yes, yes.
Am I audible, Doc? Doc, am I audible?
Okay. Is this the slides, doc, that you are looking for?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh.
Am I audible?
Yes, doctor, you are very audible. You may continue.
Uh, Okay. May I continue?
Yes, doctor. Yes, doctor.
Yeah. Thank you. May I have a next slide? I think due to technical glitch, we are unable to continue. I think there are certain technical issue. I could not hear you.
Okay. I think we are having technical difficulties with presenter number one. So while we fix this issue, let us call presenter number two first. Okay.
Can you hear me, Doc?
Okay. Let us proceed first with presenter number two, as we are fixing this current technical issue. For the second presenter is an associate professor in Department of Pharmaceutics at the Stress Sanjeevani College of Pharmaceutical Education and Research in Kopargaon, Maharashtra, India. He has earned his doctoral degree, a PhD in Pharmaceutical Sciences from R.C. Patel Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research. He published 13 international and 50 national research papers and 50 articles. He is currently working as a research with the Science Research in Malaysia. His research expertise lies in the polyphenol drug delivery, cancer therapy, phytochemical drug delivery, nose-to-brain drug delivery, and nano drug delivery. To present, Crescine Captisol Complex, enhancement of aqueous solubility, stability, and in vitro anti-cancer activity on MCF7 and HeLa cell lines. Let us call Dr. Abhijit D. Kulkarni. I think we are also having some technical issues with presenter number two. Okay, I would like to apologize as we are currently fixing the technical issue. For the meantime, I think we are going to proceed first with the presenter number three, Professor Johnny S. Bacod. I think Professor Johnny is okay, good to good. Okay. So let me first introduce the third presenter. So for the third presenter, he is a registered pharmacist who earned his master's degree in pharmacy at the Perpetual Help University Laguna, Philippines. He is currently an associate professor in Department of Pharmacy at World City Colleges, Quezon City, Philippines. He is currently a PhD in Educational Management student at the Perpetual Help University Binyan, Laguna. He also published international researches and is the Regulatory Affairs Consultant of Pfizer Philippines. To present, semi-purified alkaloidal leaf extract of China berry, Melia acideracline, Sapindales meliacii for hypoglycemic and hypercholesterolemia activities in Sprague Dawley rats. Let us call Professor Johnny S. Bacud Jr.
Good afternoon. So, can I start now?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Uh, yes. Okay, so pleasant afternoon to everybody. So my topic is semi-purified alkaloidal um, extract of China berry, Melia azadirachtin, sapindales, Meliaceae for hypoglycemic and hypocholesterolemic activities in Sprague Dawley rats. Okay, so my co-researcher is Professor Anthony Rios Marin. So um, diabetes mellitus is a chronic disease caused by inherited acquired deficiency in the production of insulin by the pancreas or by the ineffectiveness of the insulin produced. Okay, according to WHO, among adults over 18 years of age, risen to 4.7 of year 1980 and increased at 8.5% in 2014. Diabetes mellitus is a metabolic disorder characterized by hyperglycemia, hyperlipidemic, hyperaminocidemia, hyperinsulinemia. In source of diabetes continuous of mystery, even though environmental factor like lack of exercise and obesity to play a big role beside the genetic factor. On the other hand, hypercholesterolemia refers to elevated cholesterol level. So it is known as secondary metabolic dysregulation associated with diabetes. Besides the cause-effect relationship with diabetes, elevated serum level of triglycerides, cholesterol, and low-density lipoprotein are major risk factors for premature development of cardiovascular disease like atherosclerosis, hypertension, coronary heart disease, based on Sikarwar and Patil MB 2012. So the scope and the limitation of our research is to confirm the presence of alkaloids, determine the different functional groups present using the FTIR, to determine the concentration of the semi-purified alkaloidal leaf extract for hypoglycemic activity using streptozotocin-induced Sprague Dawley rats, to determine the concentration of the semi-purified alkaloidal leaf extract for hypocholesterolemic activity in butter-induced Sprague Dawley rats, to identify if there is a significant difference in hypoglycemic and hypocholesterolemic activity. And the researchers did not identify and isolate the specific alkaloids present in the extract as well as the phytochemical screening of different constituents. So the statement of the problem and conclusion. So for statement of the problem one, so what was the percentage yield of the semi-purified alkaloidal leaf extract of China berry, Melia azadirachtin? So the researchers have 4.9% percentage yield. So SOP2, what were the physicochemical properties of the semi-purified alkaloidal leaf extract of China berry, Melia azadirachtin? So for organoleptic evaluation, so we have this, we have prepared all of these and gotten its and evaluate this organoleptic activity. For chemical properties, we test for alkaloids and we confirmed using Wagner's, Dragendorf's, Hager's, and Mayer's. So to recommend, to further isolate the specific alkaloidal constituent responsible for its hypoglycemic and hypocholesterolemic activity of melioazediractline, and to further test other phytochemical constituent present that is responsible for its hypoglycemic and hypocholesterolemic activity. SOP3 is the functional group present using the FTIR. So having this FTIR, so it has been concluded that it has alkaloid, it has also phenols, oxalic acid, chloride, and the like. So using FTIR conducted in the presence of organic functional group, which was alkaloids of secondary amines. The organic compounds is the main constituent of melioazediractline extract, which has an activity of hypocholesterolemic and hypoglycemic effect. And also back with Lee, BG of 2000 and FUFA 2018, the leaves of melioazedirac were positive for alkaloids, phenols, tannins, saponins, and terpenoids and steroids. So again, to further isolate the specific alkaloidal constituent responsible for its hypoglycemic and hypocholesterolemic activity, and to further test for phytochemical constituent present. SOP4. So at what concentration processes the semi-purified alkaloidal leaf extract of China berry exhibited the hypoglycemic and hypocholesterolemic activity? So based on Pisotanan, 2004, melioazedirac leaf crude extract has a little concentration, greater than 1,000 microgram per ml among the 5 Meliaceae plants, so that the most active extract was 90% methanol fraction of the stem bark of Melioazedirach. So it has also known that a fraction of potential to be a candidate for investigation for cytotoxic compounds, even though such activity against lymphocytic leukemia P3888 cell lines have also been confirmed from the root bark. To further isolate highly active fractions that may lead to the discovery of new cytotoxic compounds. To further isolate fractions to be evaluated for its pesticide activity, and to further use other concentrations to determine the specific dose that will exhibit hypoglycemic and hypocholesterolemic activities. SOP5. So was there a significant difference between the hypoglycemic property of semi-purified alkaloidal leaf extract of China berry and the standard drug? So the standard drug here shows compared to glibenclamide, okay, and we have the 100 milligram per kilogram extract and 200 milligram per kilogram. So comparing the mean value of the different treatment groups, 200 milligrams per kilogram extract exhibited hypoglycemic activity the most than the positive control, and also 100 milligram per kilogram extract as well. So based on the t-test statistic value of melioazedirach with a concentration of 100, so we have this negative 1.129, and we have also a critical limit of positive negative 2.306 that has a p-value of 0.292. So the level of significance with greater than 0.05 is considered not significant. Therefore, in decision, so we have to accept the null hypothesis. So since melioazedirach lean extract concentrations of 100 milligram per kilogram and 200 milligram per kilogram in comparison to the positive control, which is glibenclamide, therefrom, positive control and experimental group showed a hypoglycemic activity concentration. This is also backed with a Paralaju in 2014 that there is a significant elevation of blood glucose. There was a significant elevation in blood glucose level in diabetic group as compared with normal animals. Polyherbal extract treated group exhibited significant reduction of fasting plasma glucose as compared to the diabetic control group. So the recommendation is to further use other phytochemical constituent parameters, inducers, and plant part to determine the hypoglycemic activity of melioazedirach, and to further continue research on the drug evaluation, clinical trials, and formulation of dosage forms which can be beneficial to the community. Lastly, so we have the SOP6. Was there a significant difference between the hypocholesterolemia property of the semi-purified alkaloid leaf extract, and the standard drug. The standard drug here, we have the statin, so we have atorvastatin, and compared to the melioacedracline extract. So it shows here comparing the 100 milligram per kilogram and the concentration of 200 milligram per kilogram of melioazedrac. Both the positive control and the experimental group showed a decreased level of cholesterol in rats after the post-treatment at day 21. Comparing the mean value of the different treatments group, exhibited hypocholesterolemia the most, than the positive control and the 100 milligram per kilogram extra. So she noticed here that the computed t-test statistics of melioazedrac with a concentration of 100 milligram per kilogram is 1.258, and it's within the critical limit of positive negative 2.306 and p-value of 0.295. So the level of significance with greater than 0.05 is considered not significant. So therefore, does accept the null. While the computed t-test for the 200 milligram per kilogram is 2.32, which is not within the critical limit of positive negative 2.306 and the p-value of 0.0495. So therefore, we have to reject the null hypothesis. So to conclude with, so we have there the 100 milligram per kilogram is in comparison to the positive control demonstrated no significant difference. However, for the 200 milligram per kilogram in comparison to the positive control showed a significant difference. So the significant difference is because of the greater effectivity of 200 milligram per kilogram than the positive control, which is than the positive control and the 100 milligram per kilogram extract. This is also backed with Kumar et al. In 2013, so that melioacedrac has the potential to be a candidate of lipid-lowering agent. Beneficial effects may be due to the polyphenols and related compounds present in them. Okay, based on the study of Apararuja, so in 2014, streptozotocin and the diabetic rats group were all found to have significant increase in VLDL, the LDL, TG, and the TC levels, and markedly decreased the HDL levels as compared to the normal control. Treatments of polyherbal extract, 100 and 200 milligram per kilogram, reduced significantly the VLDL, LDL, TG, TC levels, markedly increased HDL levels as compared to the diabetic control group. So to further use other phytochemical constituent parameters, inducers, and plant part to determine the hypocholesterolemic activity of melioazedracline, and to further continue research on the drug evaluation, clinical trials, and formulation of dosage form which can be beneficial to the community. Okay, thank you very much, and please visit www.worldcity.edu.ph, wherein I am a professor in the College of Pharmacy. With this, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bakut. You have just given us a very informative topic about the use of China berry. My first question is that why among the traditional plants, why did you use China berry?
Thank you very much, Dr. Balsikas. Actually, we use China berry since there's a lot of this markedly endemic herbs that is not well known for in the Philippines, no. So if you notice here, we basically known in our local dialect about China berry, which is paraiso, which is technically not known by the I mean the pharmacy families or the pharmacy team. So that is why we have decided as well to since this China berry is also well researched specifically in India, in Pakistan, no. So why not Philippines, which is the last research for China berry was researched last 1986. So comes 2019 when I doing my master's degree, so I have decided to use China berry. And to let you know and the community, China berry or paraiso is been seen in the what do you call this, in the island, island, what do you call this, island in the streets. So if we could see there's China berry is a tree, that we could see in every what do you call this, no, in the street. So that is why not use also China berry, and we have to make use of it as well.
Okay. So thank you very much, Dr. Bakod. So do we have still time? Can we ask another question? Okay, so can I ask one more question? So based on your presentation,
Yes,
pwede
yes,
pa,
Dr. Balsicas,
okay,
go
so
ahead po.
based on Okay, so based on the presentation, you have used two parts of the China berry, which are the stem and the leaves. Am I correct? So,
Yes, doctor.
based on the comparison, I just didn't get it. Which between the stem and the leaf of the China berry is more efficacious in terms of the hypoglycemic and hypocholesterolemic activities in your specimen?
Yes,
Which one is better to use? Is it the
yes,
leaves or the stem? Based on your study.
yes, doc. Based on the study, so since we use a stem, no, actually, and then specific with the leaves. So since the stem composed of the leaves, and however, we did not include the stem on it. We just use the leaves of the China berry as well, and we've known that the leaves is higher in its hypoglycemic and cholesterolemic activity.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Bakod. See you again.
My pleasure, Dr. Balsicas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. At this point, let's go back to our first presenter. Okay, let us call Dr. Prashant Tiwari. Hello, doctor.
Yeah,
Is your presentation okay right now? Could the technical team flash Dr. Tiwari's presentation? I think Dr. Tiwari, you are muted. Please unmute your microphone.
I
Okay.
can't do from my end.
Okay. Could you now see the presentation, Dr. Tiwari?
Can't do anything from my end.
Could you now see your presentation on the screen? Hello, Dr. Tiwari. Hello, doctor. I think we are having technical difficulties with the first presenter. I think let's go to the second presenter. Is the second presenter there? So for the second presenter, let's call Dr. Abhijit D. Kulkarni. Doctor, your for the second presenter, Dr. Kulkarni, kindly please fix your microphone. Now, it has produced unnecessary sounds. It's like a static, So I think we're going to proceed. It's still there, doctor. Okay. Could you please change your earphones or microphone? Or please remove any device near you that could cause static effects or disrupt the signal. Okay. By this time, let's now proceed with the fourth presenter. Is the fourth presenter available for his presentation? I don't think the fourth presenter is with us right now. Is the fifth presenter available for presentation already? Let's wait for the technical team. So here are a few reminders while waiting for the technical team. Okay, please wait at the end of the program so that you could get your e-certificates. So while waiting for the presenter, please don't forget to sign the evaluation form that is posted on the comment section for your e-certificates. And also please wait until the end of this program for the announcement of winners. Okay, again, please don't forget to sign the evaluation form that is posted on the comment section for your e-certificates. Please also wait for the end of this conference for the announcement of winners. Thank you very much. Okay. Is the second presenter available now? We couldn't hear you, Dr. Kulkarni. I think you could remove your earphones. There is a static sound. There is still a static sound. Could you please remove any device near your gadget so that it would not cause interference with the signal, as this causes unnecessary noises. Dr. Kulkarni, do you have other earphones? If you have, you could use another one. I think there is a problem with the microphone used with Dr. Kulkarni. Let's proceed first with the first presenter again, Dr. Prashant Tiwari.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Could you see your PowerPoint slide? Could the technical team present the PowerPoint slide on the screen? Okay, I can see it right now. Can you see it, Doc?
Uh, I cannot see.
You cannot see. Actually, it's on the screen now. Are you in StreamYard?
Yes, yes.
It's posted right on the screen. You cannot see your presentation, Doc. Hello, Doctor.
Yes. Screen has been paused. There is no movement.
You can see now your presentation, Doctor.
Still, I can't see. I don't know.
Oh, you can see your presentation on the screen.
Okay.
Could you, Doc, can you be the one to present your PowerPoint from your computer?
Okay. Let me connect.
Okay, Doc. To our dear
Let me
audience
connect
or
with the game.
participants, please kindly wait as we are configuring the setting of the gadgets. Uh, there is a
Close
message,
this.
Dr.
This screen.
Tiwari. There is a
Yes,
message
still.
coming from the technical team that if you want, you can discuss the presentation and the technical team will just proceed with the next presentation and so on and so on. Even though you can see your presentation, the audience can still see your presentation as well. So you may want to start discussing your presentation and the technical team will just do their
Yes.
part to move
Now
your
I can see. Now I
presentation.
can see.
Okay, you can now see your presentation. Okay, doctor, you may start your presentation.
Okay. Thank you. Very good morning, one and all. Uh, I'm extremely sorry due to this technical glitches. We are facing a lot of issue. However, the Today's discussion is basically focused on the role of chronic inflammation in the progression of Alzheimer disease. As we know that Alzheimer disease is one of the severe neurological disorder, and Alzheimer is the most common causes of dementia. It is also associated with loss of memory and some other cognitive abilities. Okay. Can we have the next? As we know that as per the earlier findings, approximately 2 lakhs American people are under the age of 65 who are having Alzheimer's disease symptoms. Can we have a next slide? In addition to that, there were an estimated 46.8 million people worldwide affected with dementia in 2018, and this number may believe to the 50 million people in 2020. This number will almost maybe double every 20, reaching 75 million in 2030 and maybe 131.5 million in 2015 as well. Can we have a next slide? Again, there are technical glitches and
Hello, doctor. Please proceed. The technical team will just continue to share your PowerPoint. Anyway, it's visible to the audience.
okay. May I continue without PPT?
Yes, yes, doctor. Go ahead. Your
Okay,
PowerPoint is being shared.
okay, no
Okay.
issue, no issue, no issue. So, as per the statistics concern, as already rightly I said, there are only 2 lakhs per American people are under the age of 65 who are having Alzheimer's disease symptoms. In addition to that, it is estimated that about 46 million people worldwide may affected with dementia in 2018, and this data may goes exceed till 50 million people in 2020. So this is all about and statistics how Alzheimer's disease progression is going. As we can see that there are several factors, that is emotional stress or other physical state, that percentage is going to be high time to time. So this is a major challenges. If we are going to in such a phase where Alzheimer disease need a lot of effort to address, so there are certain antibodies and some other immunological cells which cross the blood-brain barrier. So these are the major causes of the chronic inflammation. As we know that there are a number of things for the progression of Alzheimer's disease. The neuroinflammation is an inflammation of neuronal disease where neuroinflammation may comprises with an inflammatory process which is in the neuronal cell due to the molecular release from brain resistance to the blood derived immune system. The potential causes of Alzheimer's disease we have already discussed. These are the uh, uh, potential causes of these causes within dementia and other pathological factor. So there are certain perception including whether these certain proteins like 39 kiloid proteins may causes the lack of dopaminergic neuron in the central nervous system, whether chronic neuroinflammation is severe to the consequences of Alzheimer's disease. Moving to the next, what are the progression? As we can see that there are certain genetic factors and some other NSAID drugs which are also responsible for the Alzheimer's disease. There are certain other factors like excessive smoking, lack of water, then environmental factor, genetic factor, and somehow then diabetic factor or some insulin resistance causes may responsible for the progression of inflammation. And poor diet is one of the major factor for the development of chronic inflammation, which may lead to a neuronal cell death in future. So as we can see that what are their progressive pathways, there are certain the cytokinins are playing a very vital role in the disease progression as well as the prevention of Alzheimer's disease. We can see that there are certain alpha beta and cells which in Alzheimer disease progression, they play a vital role in M1 microglia. Microglia is an important thing which can be a defensive against pathogenesis of tumor cells, or it can protect the neuronal cell from chronic or from the chronic inflammation. So finally, it may also lead to the Alzheimer disease. What are the medication that may be used for the treatment of Alzheimer disease? So NMDA receptor and cholinergic drug can be used for the treatment of Alzheimer disease. NMDA receptor is an inotropic glutamate receptor that mediate excitatory signalings in the presence of glycine and glutamate. This is an implicated neuronal development, synaptic plasticity, learning, and memory. Moreover, recent findings have suggested that the interaction of soluble oligomeric alpha beta with cholinergic receptor as one of the etiological factor of Alzheimer disease. According to agonists like memantine, clinically used for the treatment of Alzheimer disease. In recent years, dextromethorphan has also been identified as a as a non-competitive NMDA receptor against with a potential clinical management of the Alzheimer disease. Moreover, cholinergic drugs are currently used in a majority of therapeutic targets to manage the Alzheimer disease, which involves cholinergic drug. Prompted by their limited clinical success, many efforts have been made either to explore new cholinergic drugs or to optimize exciting cholinergic drugs or to maximize the benefits. Hamprazine are isolated from the Chinese hub that may travel with Alzheimer's disease. TRIP was found to be an alternative selective inhibitors of acetylcholinesterase, although the benefits of its selective affinity for AC inhibitors are not clear. Its additionally anti-inflammatory properties were thought to contribute its effect against Alzheimer's disease. So these herbal plants may protect neuronal Alzheimer's disease progression, which are having anti-inflammatory properties. Again, the physostigmine is an AC inhibitors with a limited efficacy and a serious side effect to improve pharmacological properties of physostigmine. A US-based biopharmaceutical company, Anoxi, developed phenytoin as a derivative of physostigmine. In addition to that, inhibition of AC inhibitors, it also possesses anti-amyloid activity owing to its dual mode of action. It promotes to the more effective therapeutic alternatives in the in which are under the clinical trial. So these are the basic drugs. NMDA receptor and cholinergic drugs are used, which increases the dopamine concentration in the neuronal cells, which can delay the disease progression. So there are certain disease modifying which are showing an Alzheimer's disease availability, which are difficulting many therapeutic targets, suboptimal collaboration with other academics, and that the lack of adaptive animal models are the very serious issue at this momentum. Once we have an appropriate animal model, then we can able to state that these are the certain models which may helpful to target certain disease or certain pathways, and then we could able to know the pathophysiological and certain etiological factors in the development of Alzheimer's disease. Then there are a need of certain biomarkers disease which can identify the tissue injury area, and then it can be clinically managed well. Then there are certain tactical challenges are also there which we need to address. However, whatever the drugs are available for the treatment of Alzheimer's disease, NMDA receptor and cholinergic drugs are there, but still these drugs having a various severe adverse event in chronic administration, so which limits its therapeutic utility. Like there are certain metabolic side effects. It can be causes diabetic and certain other functions, certain other disadvantages. Inadequate responses in a patient may also be seen that efficacy and bioavailability is one of the major challenges which limits its therapeutic utility. As we have already discussed, there are certain antipsychotic drugs which are used for the treatment of Alzheimer's disease, and certain tranquilizers can be given, but in a prolonged administration, there are severe adversity which limits its therapeutic utility. So once again, there are a great challenge how to target the Alzheimer's disease. Instead of that, last but not the least, apart from the synthetic drug, we have a good source, as a nature is a good source of plants. So there are certain medicinal plants which can be helpful for the treatment of Alzheimer's disease. um, Brahmi can be used. It is a memory enhancer or stimulator. These drugs may have a significant effect for the treatment of Alzheimer's disease. Last but not the least, how we can target, apart from these existing drug, in view of the acetylcholinesterase inhibitor such as trachinine, donepezil, rivastigmine, and galantamine have been used. Memantine as an NMD receptor have antagonistic inhibiting glutamate mediated excitatory effect. So all these are needed to be addressed for the disease progression, for the control of Alzheimer's disease. So as we can see that there are certain COX and loxygen, lipooxygen inhibitors remain, angiotensin system inhibitor, lipid lowering drug, NMD receptor antagonist, anti-diabetic drug, antioxidant, vitamin D, etc. in the management of Alzheimer's disease can be uh, um, taken, and this may helpful for the management of Alzheimer's disease. So last but not the least, in a concluding point, the summary of the entire discussion, we can say that the neuroinflammation, a major contributor for the pathogenesis and progression of Alzheimer's disease. Neuroinflammation causes unfolding of proteins followed by self-aggregation in the neuronal cell. Further, it leads to death even. A deeper knowledge of neuroinflammation, microglia, chemokinins, and neurotransmitters will be a crucial role for uh, identification of treatment strategies. Prevention and therapeutic approaches are efficaciously for the treatment of neuroinflammation and Alzheimer's disease. So finally, we can say that the poor bioavailability may be associated with neuroinflammation, which may attribute to the Alzheimer's disease. We would have an very much emphasize over the epidemiological, immunological, and experimental use of neuro anti-inflammatory drug as neuroprotective agent to delay the disease progression. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tiwari. The presentation is very, very informative. And, when you mentioned of the statistics that in 20 to 30, there would be 17.5 million people who might have AD. Is it in the US or in the entire world?
It is in US.
In the US. Do you have data comparing this US against Asia, the tendency for the Asian to undergo or to experience AD? Do we have data? Because it's so alarming,
Yes.
Uh-huh.
In respect to the European country, it is also there. Basically, this study has been proposed for the further findings. Initially, we have collected certain data which has been published in ALZ forum, and we have gone through these data, and these data is really having a very alarming stage. We need to address very confidently and very carefully. Otherwise, whatever the disease progression is going on, it may be very vital to the human being. So we need to a lot of care in this regard.
Yeah, true enough. I appreciated that you presented some of the plants on your slide that might help AD. Do you have any recommendation among the herbal plants that you presented? Which among do you think is the most effective based on your readings?
I thought of Brahmi, ginger officinally, curcumin sativa are the very highly significant effective plants against the Alzheimer disease because these plants are having anti-inflammatory property as well. So it
Mhm.
may attributes a neuroprotective effect as well. So these plants can be continued like as rightly I said, curcumin, Brahmi, gingiber officinally, curcumin sativa. These are the highly enriched with flavonoids and amino acids as well as alkaloid. So these markers may helpful to target the injury inside the CNS, and they may helpful to delay the disease progression of Alzheimer's disease.
Mhm. That's very, very informative. Thank you very much, Dr. Tiwari. Good morning in your place. Good afternoon here in the Philippines.
Thank you. My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. At this point, let us move to the awarding of Certificate of Participation to our first presenter. Citation reads, International Scientific Drug Conference of Asia, a research in pharmaceutical medical science and drug discovery in collaboration with the School of Health Science Professions, College of Pharmacy, Office of the Research Extension and Linkages Philippines, and International Journal of Science and Pharma Innovations India presents the Certificate of Participation to Dr. Prashant Tiwari for having attended the first International Scientific Drug Conference of Asia 2020 with the theme Research, Development, and Innovations for Global Healthcare, delivered via Dominic Connect on October 17, 2020 at St. Dominic Complex, Emilio Aguinaldo Highway, City of Bacoor, Cavite, Philippines. Signed, Professor Anthony R. Marin, the Chairman of ISDCA 2020 and the Program Chair of the College of Pharmacy, St. Dominic College of Asia, Philippines, and Dr. Nilda W. Balsicas, the Vice President for Research Extension and Linkages, Research Innovation and Development Office, St. Dominic College of Asia, Philippines. Congratulations. So for our next presenter, let's go back with Dr. Abhijit D. Kulkarni. Doctor, I think there is something with your audio. No, it has still feedback. I think you can coordinate with the technical team to assist again on this issue. So for the meantime, let us call the fourth presenter, Dr. Quasimahas Ahmad Aijasuddin. As an introduction, the fourth presenter is an associate professor and the department head of pharmacognosy at Ali Alana College of Pharmacy, Akalkua, India. He has more than 10-year teaching experience and a recognized PhD guide, a postgraduate teacher in the North Maharashtra University, Jalgaon. He has published more than 40 research and review paper in various reputable national and international journals. His areas of expertise are herbal and traditional medicine, phytochemistry, herbal formulation, and pharmaceutical botany. To present challenges, constraints, and opportunities in herbal and traditional medicines. Let us call Dr. Quasimajas Ahmad A. Jasuddin. Go ahead, doctor.
Hi, good afternoon to all of you. Good afternoon to all of you. Is slide is okay? It is okay. Am I audible?
Yes, doctor, you are audible, but we are not able to see your PowerPoint. Could you please share your PowerPoint?
Okay, one.
Okay, doctor. There is the share screen icon at the bottom of the StreamYard application, doctor. You need to open first your PowerPoint before you click your share screen so that it would be visible for us, your PowerPoint presentation.
Now it is okay.
Okay, doctor, go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon to all of you. I, Dr. Kazi Majaz, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Pharmacognosy, Ali Allana College of Pharmacy, Akkalkua, going to elaborate challenges, constraints, and opportunities in herbal and traditional medicines. The content of the topic or presentation is what is herbal and traditional medicines, importance of herbal and traditional medicines, challenges, constraints, and opportunities of herbal and traditional medicines. First, we will see what is herbal and traditional medicines. As per WHO, traditional medicine is the sum total of knowledge, skills, and practices based on the theories, beliefs, and experiences indigenous to different cultures, whether explicable or not, used in the maintenance of health as well as in the prevention, diagnosis, improvement, or treatment of physical and mental illness. As per WHO, we can say traditional and herbal medicines are the medicines. If we are in India, if we are going to use some medicines as traditional medicines, we can't use these types of medicines into abroad, or we can say Philippines or US or America. We can't use as a traditional medicines. As per the definition of WHO, then WHO defines traditional herbal medicines as naturally occurring plant derived substances with minimal or no industrial processing that have been used to treat illness within local or regional healing practices. As per WHO, herbal medicines are having four different classes. First, indigenous herbal medicines in systems, modified herbal medicines, and imported products for which contain herbal medicinal products. These four types of herbal medicines are having classified according to the regularities, and on the basis on different types of these things. These drugs are regularized. If we are going to consider indigenous herbal medicines, this very low or no rules and regulations to use these types of medicines into the indigenous systems or locality. And imported products or modified drugs are having we have to follow the rules or advanced recent rules and regulations while we are going to use or manufacture these medicines. Then we will see importance of herbal medicines. Currently, more than 80% of world populations depend upon the traditional and plant-derived medicines. About 25% of pharmaceutical prescription in United States contain at least one plant-derived ingredients. Nature contributes near about 90% of the new drug molecules. Either we can say it is totally herbal products, either semi-synthetic or some synthetic analog of natural compounds. India has around 25,000 effective plant-based formulations. Over 1.5 million practitioners of traditional system of medicines are working in India. More than 7,800 medicinal drug manufacturing units are available in India, which consumes more than 2,000 tons of herb annually. India having herbal market near about 50 billions rupees with 40% annual growth. As per WHO, the global herbal herbal market will grow up to 5 trillion in 2050 from the current level, which is near about 62. Now we will see issues and solutions. If you are going to see the issues are very big, but the solutions are very small. Or by taking few steps, we can solve these issues. If you are going to consider herbal medicines, these are the issues or challenges what we have to face during research, during manufacturing, or during use of herbal medicines or traditional medicines. First one, formulation issue, efficacy issue, stability issue, safety, economic and regulatory issues. We will see one by one. Formulation issues, authenticity of raw material. If you are going to manufacture a herbal and traditional medicines, the most important thing is raw material. And for collection of raw material, you have to collect either parts of plant or extracts or exudates from the plant material. And if you are going to see, the plant material is having leaf, roots, bark, stems, etc. And the color and are having near about 10 to 15 colors are there: green, yellow, red, etc. But if it is going to dry, then it is very difficult to identify which plant material is there. Then it is very difficult to authentify these raw materials. Reliability on vendors means what? It is very difficult to go and collect the raw materials or traditional medicines or herbal medicines from the forest. Number of medicines are available in forest. For that purpose, if you are going to collect the medicines from vendors, then if it is in powder form, then it is very difficult. We have to rely 100% on vendor. Either he is going to say correct or not. Then quality of raw material means now we have identified raw material. The vendors have said same material or correct material, but the quality is matter is the most important thing. If you are going to see the wheat crops in the field, there is a thing that two fields are surrounding to each others. Then one is having high yield, another is having low yield on the because of the we can say water supply, nutrient supply, etc. Then quality will be matter. Then consistency in the quality and seasonal variations. The quality of concentration of phytochemicals will be vary in season. Part preparation of the plants. Either we have to use which part. If it is okay, we are going to use same one part and of plant, then it is very that these adulterations will be there. Suppose example of your clove bud. In clove bud, some clove stocks will be added, then which is near same as a having clove bud, which is very difficult to identify and which will having less phytochemicals, which will affect directly onto the formulations. Geographical variations means the nature and concentration of phytochemicals vary on the geographical values. And interspecies variations means, suppose if you are going to use flavonoid, a plant as a source of flavonoids, then you have to fix that which part or which plant is contain maximum number of maximum concentration of that flavonoids. For that, but interspecies means what? From species to species, the concentration is varying. Then efficacy issues. Dose of herbal drug or extract is very high. And nowadays, if you are going to convert into the modern dosage forms or new NDDAs or targeted drug delivery systems, it is very difficult to manage the dose of that drug or extract. This is one example. Some shampoo contain almond oil. And if we are going to see that this is for the we can say now people are thinking that herbal medicines are okay and safe. Then industry persons are going to advertise like that it contain almond oil. In shampoo it contain almond oil and it is used as a source of magnesium, calcium and zinc. Then if you are going to consider the concentration of magnesium, calcium and zinc in almond oil, it is very small concentration, we are negligible. In place of these almond oil, we can use directly magnesium, calcium, and zinc. Then, in in some cases, in toothpaste, aloe vera or orange flavonoids are used as a surfactants. But it is really necessary that you have to use these things in place of your SLS, sorbitol, or parabase. Then some neems and aloe vera are also used in sunscreen. Then we are not finding any scientific proof that these are having role in sunscreen creams. This is one example, that is garlic. Means what now we are going to use, say that traditional it is mentioned, okay, then we have to use as it is. But as nowadays we have to go for scientific proof. Example is that garlic, which is known as Allium sativum. Then traditionally it is used in treatment of influenza, diarrhea, aphrodisiac, and abortive, or it is used in against parasite and witches. But scientifically proof or scientific evidence doesn't show that it is used in these treatments. It shows that it is used in as an anti-aggregant, hypolipidemic, hypertensive. Then safety issues. Now we are going to consider herbal medicines. Each and every people are saying that herbal medicine is safe, but it is not right way. Then while we are going to use herbal medicines, we have to not forget that they may contain many unidentified unknown components whose action may not be known. Suppose neem, Melia azadiracta. If you are going to consider this, it contains more than 3,000 phytochemicals. And now we are going to use single one and two. And apart from these, other phytochemicals will affect on the human body. That is the main issue. Safety in regard of to heavy metals, pesticides, aflatoxins, and their limits should be ascertained. Means we are not maintaining as per WHO. It is mentioned ICH guidelines it is giving, but in normal practice we are not going to consider these things: heavy metal, pesticides, aflatoxins, etc. This is one example. If now we are going to use, each and every people are using garlic as a spice, but clinical trials on garlic extract also show some complications. Adverse effects associated with garlic extract including burning sensation in the GI tract, nausea, diaphoresis, and lightheadedness. And the extract may also have dermatitis, morbid spontaneous spinal epidural hematoma if we are going to use continuous garlic injection. Stability issues. Most of plant components are either starches, sugars, proteins, or which are highly susceptible to microbial degradation, which reduces the half-life. Processing may deteriorate the active principles. If you are going to dry, if you are going to, if our chemical is having volatile oil, it is very hard, very difficult to process. During drying, it will may deteriorate all these things. Then extrinsic factors like light, oxygens, moistures may affect the stability of the products. Economic issues. They are expensive since they are obtained from special sources. The source may sometimes not be indigenous. Means if you are going to collect the plants, some plants are there which drugs are there which will be collected after 14 years, after 15 years. So it is very difficult to propagate these plants, and the cost will be high. Some phytochemicals are there, some markers are there, which is having the amount in 1 milligram of costing from 10,000 rupees to 50,000 rupees. The packaging and transportation might require special efforts and expenditures. Maximum time, herbal medicines require your tightly closed containers, and transportation is requiring in sophisticated things. The stabilization requires additional ingredients like preservative, antioxidant, which might again add to the cost of products. And while we are going to launch our drug into the market, there's a quality control and standardization is not available, or if it is available, it is very costly. Regulatory issues. Status. Status means what? While we are going to consider herbal medicines, The status of herbal medicines is varying from country to country. Now, if we are going to in India, now in India it is okay. Means Ayush Ministry is there, which is regulating each and everything of herbal medicines. But countries are there where the regulations are not available. Then manufacturing issues. Means while we are going to manufacture allopathic medicines, the rules and regulations are differ. While we are going to manufacture your Ayurvedic and natural medicines or herbal medicines, the rules are differing. The packaging and labeling require more cost, or which is having somewhat prestigious or things. Evaluations of herbal medicines is most important, which is large issue. If you are having one ingredient, two ingredient, it is very difficult to evaluate. Sale of drug and import of drug is which is related to the regulatories. Then constraints. What are the difficulties while we are going to practice in herbal and traditional medicines? Poor scientific justifications are available for phytoconstituents. Now, if you are going to consider atropine, one atropine ring, then atropine is available in tropane, but in atropine is synthesized from number of chemicals, and there is a we can say synthetic pathways are available in which will contain number of phytochemicals are available in that one, which we are not knowing properly. Proper, more susceptible to microbial and inorganic contaminations. Multi-component evaluations is hard hitting. Nowadays, we are going to use in allopathics tablets and capsules and formulations which contain three to five ingredients. And if you are going to evaluate by UV or HPLC, it is very difficult to evaluate 3 to 5 ingredients or chemicals. While we are going to use herbal medicines, it contains more than 25, 30 or more than 100 phytochemicals. It is very difficult. Immiscibility of extract with other ingredients. While we are going to convert into the formulation, the solubility is most important, which is maximum number of time extracts are insoluble in other solvents. The active principles are in most cases unknown. Selective analytical methods or marker may not be available. Plant material are chemically or naturally variables. Means during synthetic process, number of phytochemicals are available in that plant, and it depend upon the age of that plant. Either we are going to collect the same phytochemicals or not. The method of harvesting, drying, and storage is means if you are not following the standards guidelines which is given by ICH or WHO, it will directly affect to the cost or quality of the products. Packaging, incapability. There is no incapability data is available, and now we are not going to consider incapability with allopathic medicines. That we have to consider. Heavy metals and pesticides are the most important thing. Then opportunities. It is estimated that there are about 350,000 species of existing plants are available, among which only 287,655 species have been identified. And out of these identified species, only 10% are used as food or as a drug by human beings or animals. Then if you are going to consider the these are the examples which is natural origin drugs. Dactinomycins, bleomycin, doxorubicin, vinblastine. These are anti-cancer medicines. Efloquine, chloroquine, amodiaquins are anti-malarial, which we are going to use normally. And if anyone, if we are going to ask these like that artethar, chloroquine, we are not going to know that it is generated from the natural origin. Now we are going to see think that it is synthetic or allopathic. Metformin, which is most important anti-diabetic drug, and other bicarbonate are which is anti-diabetic, which is obtained from the herbal origins or herbal and traditional medicines. Some calonolide A and phenoxidol, which is used as anti-HIV drugs, are having origin from natural origin. Then value addition of herbal drugs means what we can do for increasing the use of herbal medicines, or how we can improve the quality and uh, properties of herbal medicines. These are the key areas where we have to work. Improve the solubility of poorly soluble molecules. We can use, or we can develop various methods or formulation which increases the solubility of insoluble molecules or phytochemicals. We can convert herbal medicines in effective delivery of drugs or effective dosage forms. We can go for prolonged action of phytomolecules with the help of new or NDDS. We can maintain the integrity of unstable compounds, or we can convert unstable compounds into the stable compounds after by some chemical changes or some physical changes. Provide all benefit of bioactive molecules at reduced dose level. Means nowadays generally people are what they are doing, they are taking one plant, they are doing one activity, and they are publishing the data, and after few months or after few years, if they want to publish, or they want to research new thing, what they are doing, they are taking another plant. Then first plant is not totally explored. Means what, we have to explore totally each and every aspects of that plant or that bioactive molecules. We have to reduce side effects of active ingredients. After we can go for isolation, we can go for characterization, by which we can reduce the side effects, and either we can go for targeted drug delivery systems. Lastly, a research problem is not solved by instruments, apparatus, or chemical. It is solved by man's head, means by mankind's. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aziz Sudin. The presentation is truly very, very informative. Okay. So you just mentioned that you have more than 300,000 herbal medicine and traditional plants in your country. Am I correct? And during your presentation, you actually cited 6 issues, okay? From formulation up to regulatory. So my question, if you are given the chance to actually solve some of these issues or to address some of these issues, what would be your priorities?
I will go for formulation issues,
Why?
because now there's a need of the era, or need of era is that we have to convert herbal medicines into effective formulations or effective dosage forms. Either we have to prepare herbosomes, then liposomes, or many more novel drug delivery systems. We have to convert herbal medicines into the new formulations, new formulations, or recent development of formulations, just like your liposomes, herbosomes, nanosomes. We can convert drug into emulsions, nano emulsions, like that.
Okay. So, among the plants, do you have priority plants for you to work on the formulation issue?
Yes.
Okay. So, I hope you can actually solve some of the challenges because there is actually huge opportunity, as you mentioned a while ago, marketability and so on and so the economic side of it. And one more thing, in your abstract, you mentioned about a holistic approach in solving this. Can you briefly elaborate it?
Now in India, Indian government has prepared a separate ministry which is known as Ayush Ministry, which is for totally
Uh,
specific for herbal and traditional medicines. And now, as per the Ayush Ministry, we have to collaborate our work with ICMR and other bodies, regulatory bodies. And now Indian government is providing number of maximum number of amount for research grant in herbal medicines. And while we are going to research in herbal medicines, we have to consider traditional tribal peoples. Recently, I have conducted two ethnomedicinal survey in tribes of Satpura regions, and I found that the information is available only is available in the elder peoples. Young generation is not knowing about the use of these traditional medicines. If the For that purpose, we have to go for holistic approach. We have to give knowledge about these traditional medicines to our young peoples, which will beneficial. If you are not giving the knowledge to this generation, after some times we are having no data of your ethnomedicinal uses of that drugs or that medicines.
Thank you
Okay,
very much. Thank you very much for the
thank you.
information. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. The same citation presented a while ago is awarded to Dr. Quasimajas Ahmad Azazuddin for having attended the International Scientific Drug Conference of Asia 2020. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just a reminder to our participants, kindly please share your PowerPoint in the StreamYard while on backstage before your turn to present. Thank you. Again, a reminder to our participants, kindly please share your PowerPoint in the StreamYard while on backstage before your turn to present. Thank you very much. Let's now proceed with our fifth presenter. The fifth presenter is an assistant professor in the Department of Pharmacy, Quaid Al-Azam University, Islamabad, Pakistan. He earned his PhD in South Korea and PharmD in Pakistan, a registered pharmacist, HEC approved supervisor, and HEC master trainer in Pakistan, and AIT advanced master trainer in Thailand. He is an author of more than 60 research papers in international journals. He has 5 international patents registered in South Korea, Europe, and US patenting organizations. He has won many international and national research grants, including those from National Research Foundation of Korea and HEC Pakistan. He has recently awarded by the HEC Pakistan with Outstanding HEC Research Award last 2019. His name is indexed in the Research Productivity Scientist 2017 by the PSTC. He is the official member of various international organizations, including the American Association of Pharmaceutical Scientists, the Korean Federation of Pharmaceutical Society, South Korea, and the Federation of Asian Pharmaceutical Associations to present transferosomes, a novel drug delivery system for the treatment of cutaneous leishmaniasis. Let us call Dr. Fakhar Uddin.
Thank you very much, doctor. Am I audible to you?
Yes, doctor, you're audible.
Thank you
Could you
very much.
please share your PowerPoint? Okay, doctor, it's now visible.
Okay.
Could you
Thank you
please
very much.
enlarge your PowerPoint?
Okay.
Okay, doctor, you may start now your presentation.
Thank you very much to the organizer for inviting me here. I'm very much obliged to all the organizer, and I really appreciate your efforts for organizing this virtual international conference. So once again, thank you very much. Today I will present about the transferosome, a novel drug delivery platform for the treatment of cutaneous leishmaniasis. Uh, I, along with my professor Dr. Gulmajid Khan, worked on these transferosome here in Department of Pharmacy, Quaid Azam University, Islamabad. Leishmaniasis is basically a vector-borne protozoal infection caused by Leishmania parasite. There are more than 20 species of the Leishmaniasis, including the cutaneous Leishmaniasis as well as the visceral Leishmaniasis. This is transmitted by phlebotomine sandfly, which transfer this infected pro-mastigotes and cause the lesion at the skin where the sandfly bites. Most common of all these diseases, most particularly in Pakistan, Iran, Afghanistan and India, is the cutaneous leishmaniasis, because this is called is the disease of poor people. Global burden of this disease is that 0.2 million deaths occur every year because of this, and because of the severity of the disease, 1 billion people they are at risk. How it occurs? The sandfly they transmit the promastigotes into the stratum corneum, which then reads into the epidermis and then targeted the macrophages. At the macrophages, the promastigotes they become motile and they are then known as the mastigotes. What we did in the previous years, we use a lot of medication against this particular disease, including the rifamycin, sodium stibogluconate, amphotericin B, paramomycin, pentamidine, vancomycin, and miltefosine. So we use these formulations with a lot of strengths and technologies. However, all these formulations, they are beside their anti-leishmanial activity, they also have some problem associated with that. For example, the rifampicin that is orally produce GI disturbances and they have low penetration. Similarly, the sodium stibogluconate, they parenteral injection, they are very much accomplished with serious side effects and need multiple injection for weeks, sometime at the site of disease, so that are sometimes very toxic and the patient feel a lot of problem with it. That is why we develop different types of the formulation, including the transferosomes. We also prepare nanoparticles decorated with these type of the formulation. We use oral formulation drug delivery system and a lot of other drug delivery system in the previous 2 to 3 years. Today I will discuss about the miltefosine, which is one of the first non-parenteral drug choice approved by the FDA, and the WHO also recommend its treatment for this particular cutaneous leishmaniasis. This is also called as HEPC, which is an alkyl phosphocholine compound used in the treatment of not only the cutaneous leishmaniasis, fungal infections, and cutaneous metastasis of breast cancer. However, as I told you earlier, there are some problem associated with this particular disease, including the GI toxicity when taken via oral route, and or sometimes it results hemolysis when taken via the IV routes. So the rationale and the problem statement includes here is that the HEPC that is belongs to BCS class 3 drugs, which shows that they have low permeability and high solubility. But if taken via the oral route, as I told you earlier, they are having severe gastrointestinal toxicity, and hemolysis is result when it is taken via the IV therapy. That is why the WHO recommended the topical drug delivery system for this type of cutaneous leishmaniasis treatment, and that is why we selected the nanotransferosomes for the delivery of this particular disease drug, so that the cutaneous leishmaniasis may be cured and the treatment may be possible. The reason why we choose the transferosomes are because of their biocompatible nature. They are deformable in nature, they ensure controlled drug delivery system as well as the site specificity of that particular disease. So what are the transferosomes? They are deformable in nature, composed of lipid, most particularly the phospholipid. They are edge activator, they have high incorporation efficiency and acts as a depot, which results in the slow release of the drug, and carrier for both low and high molecular weight drug. That is why the nanotransferosomes, they are highly commendable for using these type of the drug delivery system. The mechanism of transferosome penetration is very attractive, because you see that they can pass through narrow these constrictions, which are 5 to 10 times less than their own diameters. And you see, when these transferosomes they are applied through the skin, they deform themselves, and you see they could pass through the stratum corneum, and in the epidermis they readjust themselves and reach the macrophage, where the infected macrophages, they are engulfed by them, and they show their release their medication in a sustained release way. So the formulation that we developed, they have the particle size, mean particle size in the range of well below 200 nanometer. They have zeta potential negative because of the lipid effect, and they have the TEM analysis shows that the particles were rounded in shape and they were clearly dispersed particles, and you see that the PDI was excellent in this particular case. So once the transferosomes they were formed, these transferosomes were then incorporated into carbopole gel so that you see the maximum retention of the drug could be obtained. In this particular case, the characterization of the HEPC loaded gel that was performed in terms of the pH, appearance, homogeneity, color, as well as the drug content, and as you can see that the pH was well in the particular size range. They were colorless, they have clear opaque gel, and the drug content was 98.5% of the total drug incorporated. We performed the in vitro release study, and the kinetics was performed at 2 pH, that is the pH 7.4 and pH 5.5. These two pH were selected because the pH 7.4 is the blood pH, while the pH 5.5 is related to the skin pH. So it can be seen that since the HEPC solution that was highly water soluble, so you can see that majority of the drug, more than 90% of the drug that was released at the first point, at the 90% of the drug at first 4 hours, followed by the HEPCT and the HEPCTG, which was our final formulation. They sustained the release of drug for extended period of time. It means that if these formulation, if applied, they would not only enhance the release of the drug, but at the same time would result in sustained release of the formulation. And the release kinetics data, it presented that they follow the Fatian diffusion, which means that they could be actually able to apply, when gel applied to the skin, they would retain over there for longer period of time. One problem associated with this drug was the permeation, as we discussed earlier, that the drug is not permeable when it is applied as such without the drug delivery system. As it can be seen in this particular result, the HEPC solution, they showed very low permeation. You can see even after 24 hours as compared to the HEPCT, which shows excellent permeation, followed by the HEPCTG, that was the gel over extended period of time. And when it was seen through the fluorescent microscopy, it was observed that the dye-loaded HEPC treated skin, they shows the presence of you see the nanoparticle or the extended different layers of the skin. So this permeation study, they demonstrated that the formulation permeation could be enhanced when they are incorporated into the transferosomes. However, since we are in need of sustained release of our formulation, that is why when the transferosomes are embedded in, or they are incorporated in gel, they extended the release for or some period of time. The skin irritation study was performed, as it can be seen that it was performed and compared with the positive control, and you can see that even after this extended period of time, the formulation that we developed, they have low or almost no skin irritation study as compared to the positive control, which shows severe irritation after when they were applied. Similarly, this FTIR results, they show that the normal skin as well as the treated skin of our formulation, they have no significant difference. It means that the skin layers, they remain the same, and because of the deformable nature of the transferosome, they can easily cross through all the barriers of the skin. Histopathology study we performed, and we observed that our formulation was safe when they were applied as compared to the you see the positive control, which was 0.8%. Formally, in the positive control, they result in the damage to the thin epidermis and loose texture they were observed as compared to our HEPC loaded transfersomal gel, which was quite safe in association to the positive control that we have performed. We performed the anti-leishmanial assay on infected macrophage model, and you can see the results. The IC50 value of the HEPC loaded transferosome, they were significantly different, significantly lower at all the concentration as compared to the HEPC solution, which means that in vitro the anti-leishmanial assay or the anti-leishmanial model, they demonstrated that this formulation could be used for the anti-leishmanial efficacy when they could be administered in the form of a gel. Similarly, the macrophage cytotoxicity assay demonstrated that as compared to the only solution, the HEPC loaded transferosomes, they have significantly effective treating or causing death of the the damaged macrophages. So this also established the efficacy of our formulation. The macrophage uptake study by the transferosome, that was demonstrated by performing this study. As you can see in the control, when the HEPC loaded transferosome without dye was applied, no illumination could be seen when they were checked with the fluorescence. However, when it was observed with the help of you see the formulation that was administered, the nanoparticle, they could be observed taken by the macrophages. It means that the formulation, they are able to deliver at the site of infection and causing those macrophages either to treat or to kill them permanently. We also check the other problem, as I indicate earlier, was that it was the in vitro hemolytic analysis of that particular formulation. As I told you earlier, that the meltiflucine, they cause this hemolysis when they are you see not delivered in the drug delivery system form. So we performed this study in another parameter, and it can be observed that the formulation that was safe as compared to the MTF solution or the HEPC solution. So it means that the formulation, our formulation, it couldn't result any hemolytic hemolysis of the blood when it was incorporated directly with the blood. Stability study we performed for up to 3 months, and it can be seen that the size of the formulation that remains stable, the polydispersive index also remains stable, the zeta potential of the formulation was also stable, the entrapment efficiency of the formulation was stable, and it could be concluded that this formulation was stable for at least 3 months. We also performed the flow cytometric analysis of the viable cells, and apoptosis was resulted. You can see there that in the untreated formulation, all the cells, they are viable, and you see no treatment was observed in this particular situation. However, the HEPC solution, when it was administered, and it was observed that the late apoptosis, the early apoptosis was 8.2% and the late apoptosis was 82.5%. However, still you can see in the first quarter 8.9% of the cells, they are viable. However, when we treated our formulation HEPC loaded transferosome, it can be observed that almost 0.3%, almost none of the macrophages or none of the mastigotes, they were live. Almost all the death of the mastigotes occur in the early apoptosis as well as in the late apoptosis. As you can see, 17.8% of the early apoptosis was resulted and 81.8% of the late apoptosis. So it could be concluded that this flow cytometry analysis shows that the viable cells, they remain extremely low in case of the HEPC loaded transferosome, which otherwise shows that apoptosis result when the animal model were treated with HEPC loaded transferosome. We checked the in vivo anti-leishmanial efficacy, and it can be observed that as compared to the control and the HEPC solution, the lesion size was significantly reduced when it was applied over extended period of 6 weeks after this particular formulation. So it could also be concluded that this formulation in its vivo anti-leishmanial efficacy, it shows that the formulation could reach to their site of action and could result better anti-leishmanial efficacy, most particularly when delivered through the topical route. So here I conclude that transferosome is the potential drug delivery system to topically deliver the anti-leishmanial drugs at their targeted site, resulting in better penetration, permeation, controlled drug release, enhanced cytotoxicity, and improved anti-leishmanial efficacy, most particularly for the treatment of cutaneous leishmaniasis. These are the references that I quote in different cases. I am very much thankful to my professor Hangun Choi, who is my professor located in South Korea, Professor Dr. Gulmajid Khan, or collaborator Dr. Alam Zeeb. I'm very thankful to the Higher Education Commission for providing some funds to actually support this particular project. I'm very much thankful to Quaid-e-Azam University and my students, which could be seen at the left corner. So these students, they are working on these such kind of products. So thank you very much, and I would be very happy if there is any question, please.
Good afternoon, Dr. Odin. Good afternoon.
Yes.
Thank you very much for a very, very extensive information on the use of drug-loaded transferosome. Okay.
Thank you very much.
So my question is that I think you're almost done with it. Am I correct?
Yes, we already
I,
did. We finished it. Most of
yeah.
this work is already published.
Okay, so my question that cropped up into my mind now is what else you are going to study about this drug-loaded transferosome after reaching the different favorable results of your study?
I think we lost our presenter.
I think that should be okay.
I think we lost our presenter. Could the technical team assist in getting back our fourth presenter?
Okay, thank you very much.
Oh,
Sorry, there was some problem. I would just like to ask the question that was asked by Dr. Nelda. Basically,
Yeah.
yeah, we already prepared this formulation like monotherapy. Now the second phase, we already started work on it, the combination of different anti-leishmanial drug delivery systems so that the efficacy of the drug that could be observed. At the same time, since this was a government of Pakistan project, so what we are doing, we are currently in the in communication with the various pharma industry in Pakistan so that this formulation they could be prepared and delivered to the market so that our people they could be get benefit out of it. As you know that in Pakistan, India, as I told you earlier, Afghanistan and Iran, the cutaneous leishmaniasis is one of the major problem, and since this is also called as the disease of poor people, that is why the big pharma they are not spending their money on this particular project. That is why we are in good collaboration with the pharma industries, and soon we would be able to market our formulation, which would be easy to purchase, and that would be highly effective after some clinical trials that we will perform inshallah in Pakistan.
Thank you very much, Dr. Radin. That is very, very informative.
Thank you so much, Professor Nilda.
thank you very much, Doctor. The same citation is awarded to Dr. Fakhar Uddin for having attended the International Scientific Drug Conference of Asia 2020. Again, a reminder to our participants, kindly please share your PowerPoint in the StreamYard while on backstage before your turn to present. Thank you. At this point, we're going to go back with our second presenter to check if he is ready with the presentation. Hello, doctor.
Hello.
Okay, doctor. You
Now,
are
now
now
it is okay.
audible. Yes,
Okay,
doctor.
okay.
Could you please now present your PowerPoint?
Yeah, I have already shared it. Is it visible?
Yes, doctor. Go ahead. You may start your presentation.
Okay. So, good afternoon. This is Dr. Abhijit Kulkarni. I would like to present my research work as a chrysin captisol complex, enhancement of aqueous solubility, stability, and in vitro anti-cancer activity on MCF7, that is a breast cell line, on and a HeLa cell line, that is a cervical cell line. So before presenting, I would like to thank organizer for including me here to present my research work. So we all know that cancer is going to be the threat in near future, coming future. That already international agency which work on a research on a cancer, they have given the report that the cases of cancer prevalence is going to escalate from 14 million cases that was in the case of 2012, and it is going to be hyped up to 21.6 million cases by 2013. So within the next 20 years, we can expect that in the developing countries, mostly like India, Philippines, Pakistan, and all, Sri Lanka, and many others, that most of the cases, that 70% rise in the cases will be projected, or that is projected by this WHO, that is World Health Organization. So what is my objective of this research work is to focus mainly on the natural product, because we all know that nowadays what FDA is getting, most of the drug, almost 80% of the drug which are used for the cancer are mostly originated from the natural products. Okay, somehow they are derived from them. So there is very less percentage of synthetic molecules that are reaching and clearing the clinical phase. The reason behind is that, obvious reason is that these are the molecules which are secondary plant metabolite, and that is the reason they are in the system ecosystem in the environment, they are found to be the safe. The reason and the challenges, biggest challenge of these molecules are that though they are very safe, they are part of our dietary food even, but most of the time the challenge faced in their bioavailability or their drug delivery rather. They really face the challenges for a formulation scientist to develop them in a suitable oral dosage form, because that is the preferred route, and most of the time their bioavailability goes down to less than 1%, which may not be as significant to prove its efficacy. Most of the time in vitro study found to be very successful, but when you take them to the clinical part or clinical studies, the molecules really fails. So here we have tried with one of the flavonoid, which is one of the polyphenol in the classification part, and sub part of that is it is a 5,7-dihydroxyflavone, which is obtained from many plants like even passion flora or passion incarnata, many other natural Indian trumpet tree, even honey even, and honey propolis, through which this chrysin can be obtained. So we have tested this molecule. It is very poor, literally float on the water, and we have tried to make it in the complexation form and to improve its limitation. So we have used here cyclodextrin complexation technique, which is very well known. These cyclodextrins improve the solubility of many molecules, but here we have tested one of the novel ligand of cyclodextrin that many of you may be unaware, and it is new to the scientific community also, where we have used a sulfobutyl ether beta cyclodextrin as one of the, and its trade name is a Captisol, developed by the Sidex, Kansas, USA, and we have tested this for the first time, and how this sagacious carrier can improve the performance of a chrysin, which has already proven to be active in many pharmacologically diseases like even a diabetes, even a cancer, and many other like inflammatory diseases. There is a long list where it has proven to be active. So here the structure of flavone, it is a 5,7-dihydroxyflavone, okay, molecule. The B part or B structure shows our ligand, which is a novel ligand where sulfobutyl ether linkage is linked to the 7 glucose molecules, which is nothing but a beta cyclodextrin. With the famous Higuchi and Connor studies, we have taken the phase solubility study, where we have tested 3 different cyclodextrin molecule. Beta CD, we already know that it improves the solubility, but it has a renal toxicity issues. But when you compare it with the SB beta CD, it has proven to be pharmacologically safe and almost 1500 times more solubility as compared to their other parts. And which we experimentally also we have got the same results, that SB beta CD has found to have the highest stability constant, almost 3500 per molar of stability constant was achieved, and that is really a sign that this gives a most stable complex and of course highest soluble complex that we can observe through this millimolar concentration of CD. As we go on increasing the concentration, we have observed the highest solubility with respect to chrysin as compared to other derivatives of SB beta CDs or cyclodextrin rather. Then in the next part, we have tested that inclusion complex that we have made with the help of freeze drying technique, one of the novel technique, or you can say a sophisticated technique as compared to the simply blending or mulling technique. So with this we have tested it with the FTIR. If you could see here, this is the first FTIR of a chrysin, this is of a SB beta CD, this is of physical mixture, that is chrysin and Captisol, and last one is of a complex. So you can, it is very evident that most of the prominent peak that we can see here in the drug has lost, almost lost, and there is a loss of intensity of the FTIR peak. So that largely indicates there has been interaction, or there has been breaking and making of new hydrogen bonds and breaking of old hydrogen bonds. So we can see here the chrysin as compared to its complex shows completely loss of many prominent peaks, indicative of making of a hydrogen bonds, okay, making of new hydrogen bonds. That is just an indication, preliminary tool of checking whether it is really forming complex or not. Then we have tested with a PXRD, that is a X-ray diffractogram we are presenting here of all, that is chrysin, Then we have shown it amorphous nature of Sb beta acidy. Then we can see here in C. C is nothing but a physical mixture, as I have already said that most of the peaks of the drug have been retained here. It indicates that in a physical mixture as such there is no lot of interaction form, but when you make it complexation, how we have prepared the complex? By freeze drying, we have taken a 1.25 millimole of chrysine with 1.25 millimole of Sb beta acidy. We have dissolved that without any use of organic solvent. We have taken a water and will with help of a little ammonia which we have added drop wise to make it little more soluble, and we have get the clear solution of this complex, and that we have kept it in a freeze dry lyophilizer where we have dried the sample and we have got the amorphous powder. So it indicates here in D that we have completely we are successful in completely converting the drug into its amorphous nature. The next analysis was of a DSC thermogram, where also it was evident from the result that chrysine initially shows sharp endothermic peak, which is of a melting of its, that is 287 degrees Celsius. But when you compare that with your complex, that it is very visible here that we do not observe any sign of drug melting, means that the drug has completely been amorphosized and homogenized. Okay, so that is also the same way in scanning electron micrographs or images we have captured on a different scale here. Okay, A represent of a chrysine, B represent of Sb beta acidy, C represent physical mixture, and D represent homogeneous amorphous inclusion complex of chrysine with that of Sb beta acidy. Here we can observe that plate like structure of a drug here in its native form. In case of Sb beta acidy, we can see the amorphous circular structure of Sb beta acidy. In physical mixture, we can see that there is just a combination. There is not just drug is being cling to its surface, and there is no sign of any interaction as so matter. And as we go ahead here in a D photomicrographs vividly shows that the drug has been completely absent. There is no sign of any plate like molecules that we can see or observe. So it indicates that drug has been homogeneously mixed, or it has been complexed with Sb beta acidy, and that is nothing but the captisol. To confirm further, we have tested the drug. We have tested the proton NMR, which guide us about the electronic interaction among the proton molecules of drug. Okay, here we can see that chrysine has two hydroxyl molecules and how it get interacted. This is mechanistic way of showing it, but let me explain you first the NMR. Is B part is nothing but of a Sb beta acidy, that is a captisol. Okay, so B part here in inset we have enlarged it. Here we can see that in cyclodextrin is basically what it is, a toroid like a bucket like a molecule which can encapsulate many of the drug molecules. That is the way it forms a hydrogen bond and increases the water affinity of the molecules, that we all know. So here we can see that H3, these are the protons of Sb beta acidy which are present outside of the toroid, and H5 are present inside the toroid of this bucket like molecule. Okay, and these are found to have a significant shift. Okay, in case of a ppm, we can say that there is a shift that is observed from range of 1.8 to say 6.5. we can see in that range we have observed the shift. But as compared to these Sb beta acidy protons, if we see the protons, aromatic protons, these hydroxyl protons of chrysine molecule, we have seen the long chemical shift. This chemical you can say proton aromatic proton number 7 shows a significant acidic nature, and that was found to interact and largely responsible for the hydrogen bonding that we have observed. Okay, so we have proposed here by observing the proton shifts that the chrysine get encapsulated into the bucket like structure of cyclin or its toroid structure through a ring, and that is again further proved by our in silico studies, where we have taken a beta cyclodextrin its protein structure from protein data bank. And of course SBBT structure is a novel, it is not available and it is not yet been submitted to the protein data bank. That is the reason we have developed our own structure or isomer of this SB beta acidy with two different isomers. We have tried to provide maximum steric hindrance that can be physically given. So I'll show it further, but before that let me tell you about the dissolution part. So we have tested the dissolution of chrysin versus its complex, and we have observed that almost 100% drug was dissolved within a first hour, while the case of chrysin native drug, we barely it could release not more than 40% of drug. Okay, within 1 hour we have got the 100% drug release with chrysin. That was the one of the significant achievement that we got. And then after we have tested the stability of complex that we have prepared, whether it is able to provide some protective effect, because we all know that all these flavonoids and polyphenols, they are very, very unstable in gastric pHs. So to represent that, we have tested the complex with two different pHs, acidic pH 1.5 and 7.8 buffer, which is a simulated intestinal pH. In all these time point cases, we have taken the relative absorbance of complex with that of a chrysin, and this red line and this is a violet line, which are these time points where we have tested the stability of complex almost for 72 hours. Okay, almost 3 days we have tested, and where we have observed that at all time points chrysin complex was found to be much stable. They have shown highest absorbance as compared to their as compared to a native drug or say pure drug at all time points. Of course, if you see the acidic stability was found to be much higher as compared to the alkaline stability. That was what we have observed, and that was about the molecular docking or molecular modeling study, where we have developed isomers because the structure of captisol SB beta acid is not available in the protein data bank. What we have done here, we have to have the maximum steric hindrance into the system, we have substituted all the possible sites of hydroxyl group that are present on the protein data bank structure of beta acidy, and it is very much evident here from both the isomers that two hydroxyl atom, that is proton of aromatic ring 5 OH5 and OH7, both are found to be significantly involved in forming a hydrogen bond with internal toroid structure. We can see that structure is getting inserted partially into the toroid bucket like structure of SB beta acid. It is very much clear from both these images. So that is the reason we have confirmed that proton NMR and your in silico study both have corroborated that we came to conclusion that chrysin get encapsulated into the captisol through a ring. That is what our conclusion was. And now the cell viability, we have tested the drug on two cell lines, MCF7, that is a breast cell line, HeLa cell line. The reason behind, most of the developing countries, we get most of the women getting largely getting you can say large cases of breast and cervical cancers are observed, and that is the reason we have chosen these two cell lines. Here uncontrolled the cell or inverted photomicrogram we can see. In both these cell lines we have observed that complex was found to kill the tumorous cell dose dependent manner. We have shown only the image of a drug with the highest concentration. This is untreated. We can see the normal cell here. B is of a chrysin, C is of an inclusion complex, and D is of a standard, that is adriamycin, methotrexate. So with all this we have tested and this is at the equal concentration. We can see that there is a detachment of a nucleus and there is the morphology of cell that is completely have changed, and we can observe here the highest concentration of cell is becoming means it is getting died, or say highest amount of cytotoxicity that we can observe with the inclusion complex. Here in case of a HeLa cell also we can see that this is a inclusion complex treated sample shows almost equivalent to that of standard, almost equivalent kind of cell cytotoxicity with that of adriamycin, which is nothing but a methotrexate. So this was the significant, we have tested that with the one-way anemia and bone farine test, and we have found that at all cases, and most of the time at the highest concentration, we have got the almost equivalent effect of inclusion complex in killing the tumor cell as compared to your pure drug. So at last slide, we have to conclude that this SB beta CD or captisol can be a very good sagacious carrier to improve the solubility and performance of these molecules. We have observed that this SB beta CD usually form 1:1 supramolecular complex and almost have improved 100 times the solubility. The initial solubility of chrysin was just 0.035 milligram per ml, which is practically insoluble, almost float on the water. But when you converted that into an inclusion complex, 100 times solubility was found to increase. Almost it was 3.05 milligram, almost 100 times solubility was found to increase at all physiological pHs. The inclusion complex provided better protective action in case of simulated pHs also, and that have proven better anti-tumoral activity in vitro. Now this paper is already published in the Journal of Molecular Structure elsewhere, and now we are in the process, we have done our animal studies, and we are in the process to finish the in vivo studies. So these are some of the references. The work has been supported by the India University Grant Commission grant. So we are thankful. I am thankful to my guide, Dr. V.S. Belgamwar, for supporting me the necessary guidance, and the management for carrying out this research work. So thank you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kulkarni. That is very, very informative. Okay. I have one question only. Because you showed already the data,
Yes.
which among the dosage that has actually showed a significant anti-cancer efficacy?
Yes. It was 80 microgram per ml, because that was the drug which was very, very insoluble. At a micromolar level, we can test, but these solutions were made into the DMSO solvent. Okay, DMSO, why we have chosen the DMSO? The reason behind, it is completely insoluble. It used to precipitate, and in the precipitated form we cannot test the solubility on a cell line. That is the reason we need to choose such a solvent which can get you a clear solution. That was the intention behind it.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kulkarni. That is very, very informative.
Thank you, Nilda ma'am, and I really sorry for these technical glitches. So
That
thank you.
sometimes happen. It's all right.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. The same citation is awarded to Dr. Abhijit D. Kulkarni for having attended the International Scientific Drug Conference of Asia 2020. A reminder to our participants to please follow strictly the 12-minute rule in presenting your presentation. Again, a reminder to our participants to please kindly follow the 12-minute time allotment for your presentation. As of this moment, we're going to proceed with our sixth presenter. The sixth presenter is an assistant professor and training and placement officer at the Department of Pharmaceutics at Sri Dhanvantari Pharmacy College, Kimsurat, India. He completed his Master of Pharmacy with specialization in pharmaceutics. He has published more than 15 research and review papers in various reputable national and international journals. His areas of expertise are semi-solid, transdermal formulation, NDDS derma, cosmetics, and personal use of nutraceuticals and pharmaceuticals. To present preparation and estimation of continuous release matrix pellets of lornoxicam by using basil seed mucilage. Let us call Assistant Professor Megraj Suryawanshi.
Am I audible?
Yes, Professor. You are audible. Could you please share your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, doctor, we are waiting for your
Yeah.
presentation.
It's visible.
Okay, doctor, could you please enlarge your PowerPoint presentation?
Yes. Yes. Just.
Okay, thank you very much, doctor.
Yeah. It's visible.
Okay, you may start your presentation.
Yeah. I would like to thank you to organizer to invite me or to participate for the international conference. My topic of the presentation is formulation and evaluation of sustained release matrix pellet of clonoxicum using basal seed mucilage. Here the content, introduction, need and objectives, formulation and evaluation of pellets batches, conclusion and references. So, introduction. In introduction part, what is the pellets? Basically, the pellets are the small, free-flowing spherical or non-spherical solid units prepared by agglomeration of the fine powder called pellets. The size of pellets is basically zero point 0.5 to 1.5 millimeter. Amongst all oral dosage form, pellet is most popular dosage form for existing today because of its convenience of self-administration, compactness, and easy manufacturing. Okay. So pellets are being increasingly used in manufacturing of sustained release dosage form of the drugs. The advantage of dosage form is well known and some are given below. Extend day and night time activity of the drugs, reduce dosage frequency of dose, then increase patient compliance. Different types of polymers are utilized to enable sustained release and controlled release of the drugs. Here, we use extruder spironizer for the technique for the manufacturing of pellets. I use the drug lorozicam as a model drug. It is a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug of the oxycum class with analgesics, anti-inflammatory, and antipyretic property. Here I use the polymer that is the MCC microcrystalline cellulose that is Avicel PH101 and the mucilage obtained from the seeds Ocimum bacillum. In India, the Ocimum bacillum is known as basal seed mucilage. It is a local seed available in the local market of the India. Are used as a release retardant and it is ability to swell 10 to 12 times of its original volume. The need and the objective, the need here, the loroxicam having the less half-life, you can say the short half-life 3 to 4 years to deliver the drug sustained release for prolonged period of time. And the loroxicam mostly use severe chronic diseases such as osteoarthritis, rheumatoid arthritis, alkalizing spondylosis and low back pain. So to improvise their sustained release property, that is the need of the work. The objective, the main objective of this project work is to increase resident time of loroxicam in GIT by using basal seed mucilage as the sustained release polymer. Here the process of the extraction of the mucilage from basal seed mucilage, we first clean the seeds, then soaking in distilled water overnight, grinded for 3 minutes, then seed squeeze in muslin cloth to separate mucilage, then that mucilage is extracted with the help of the ethanol for with the help of precipitation. Then this precipitated mucilage was transferred to tray, dried at hot air oven at 40 degrees Celsius. Then dried mass was collected. Then after milling, store in airtight container away from the direct sunlight and used for the pellet formulation. We taken up the first trial batch before go for the confirmation of formulation batch. We take the 1 gram of the drug, 2 gram of the basal seed mucilage, then MCC, that is microcrystalline cellulose 7 gram, total 10 gram of batch. The working condition, the extruder, that is the extruder spironizer operated at 40 rpm and spironizer was operationally initiated at 400 rpm and gradually increased at 600 rpm. So inference of this, the pellet were cylindrical in shape and have a small in size. So the batch gets the cells. So after from this batch we get the idea and we uh, design the experiment that is higher than the upper limit. That is a higher limit is 2 gram for the basal seed mucilage and lower limit is 1 gram. And for the Avicel pH 101, that is cellulose, that is higher limit is 7 gram and lower limit is 5 gram. Here we go for the 9 batches for the design experiment. So here we get the batch number 4 show the good result. How the show the good result we will see in the next slide. Then we go for the flow properties like bulk density, tap density, Cars index, angle of repose, and Houston's ratios. Here, F4 shows all the result at very good level. We again go for the result and discussion in the micromeretic properties, that is Motic microscope. So here the F4 showing the length of 369.9 micrometer as is the size of that particular pellet. Physicochemical properties of matrix pellet of the Lonoxicam. Here the particle size of F4 is 381 by with the help of Motic microscope. Circularity, also roundness, aseptic ratio and Phillips. Apart from 9 batches, we got the F4 batch is a very good batch for the formulation development. Again, we go for the scanning electron microscopy of the pellet and the electron of the pellet surface. With the help of the same, the scanning electron microscope evaluation is important for determining the surface morphology, size and shape. Same images of formulated pellet at different magnification were shown in figure. Again, we go for thermal analysis for the confirmation with the optimized batch and the Lorentzicam. Here the first figure, is a thermogram of the Lorentzicam, and here the DSC thermogram of the optimized batch, that is F4. The DSC thermogram of the drug shows sharp exothermic peak at 219 degrees Celsius, and the DSC thermogram of optimized batch show endothermic peak at 6844 degrees Celsius and the 21 degrees Celsius, 215. This indicates there is no drug excipient interaction and formulation is properly formed. Then we go for the XRD also. That is same as a confirmation test. XRD of pure drug and XRD of optimized batch. The difference here, the all major characteristic crystalline peaks appear in diffractogram of sustained release pellets. This indicate that slightly drug converted into amorphous nature. The drug is crystalline, then converted into amorphous form. FTR and DSC studies support the same hypothesis, which is confirmed XRD. The figure shows overlay XRD pattern of pure drug and the pellet formation. Again, we go for the production yield, friability test, and drug content. Here we that is the F4 is the prominent batch showing 69% of production yield, friability is 0.5%, and drug content 95%. We go for in vitro drug release for the 12 hours. Here the F4 batch shows the 100% release in the slow retard. The here the basically the objective of formulation of the pellets of lorazepam is achieved. It shows the long lasting in vitro drug release profile near about 12 hours. That is the accelerated stability studies here of the 2 month studies. So conclusion basically formulated sustained release pellets by using basal seed mucilage is promising approach which is utilized for increasing dissolution time. The use of basal seed mucilage shows a better sustained drug release. There was a formation of pellets with suitable size and shape with high mechanical strength and very good flow properties. There was no drug polymer interaction observed in FTR and DSC amongst all the batches. F4 shows better sustained drug release was 102 degrees Celsius and time period of the 12 hours. So amongst all 9 batches, F4, that is F4 batch show better sustained release at period of the 12 hours. Hence, prepared using sustained release pellets by using basal seed mucilage prolong the dissolution time of the drug and it gives the sustained drug release effect. Here are the some references of this work. I would like to thank to my guide and the mentor and the college to support me this opportunity to do the work. Yeah, this is from my side.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Suryawanshi. Indeed, your research presentation will greatly contribute in the advancement on research most especially on the concept of using polymer-based sustained release delivery systems.
Yes, yes.
Yes, we are really in need of finding out the natural source of natural resources that will help in the advancement of our pharmaceutical products. My question is, I'm actually I use a lot of pain relievers, so my expectation is that the pain reliever will act fast, the effect of the medicine. My question is, why did you choose lornoxicum drug, which is a very popular pain reliever, to determine or to test the basil seed mucilage as sustained release polymer?
Yeah, this work is the first step of my PhD work. Basically, ma'am, I am taking three anti-inflammatory drugs along with the six natural polymers. So this is the first testing. The animal studies in vivo studies is going on. So this is the first part of this my work. I am here to present basically. So it
Yeah.
is it's you can see it's just only the hypothetical is in vitro. As we get
Yes.
the same result in vivo, so it will be the beneficial for us to go for the different types of formulations. As pellet I am using, so they might be going for the some transdermal delivery system also, might be.
Exactly. Looking forward for more research result of this and
Yeah,
output of your research. Thank you
yes,
so
yes.
much. Congratulations, Dr. Suryawanshi.
So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. The same citation is awarded to Assistant Professor Megraj Suryawanshi for having attended the International Scientific Drug Conference of Asia 2020.
Thank you.
Let's now proceed with the seventh presenter. The seventh presenter is a registered pharmacist and a faculty member of the Department of Pharmacy at St. Dominic College of Asia, Philippines. She is a member of the Philippine Pharmacists Association and Philippine Association of Colleges of Pharmacy to present pre-formulation of antibacterial topical cream from the ethanolic extract of oyster mushroom, Pleurotus austriatus family, Pleurotaceae, against Staphylococcus aureus. Let us call Professor Samantha Lay Ocampo.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Could you please share your PowerPoint? Okay, that's visible. You may now start your presentation.
Thank you, sir. So, good afternoon, everyone who is virtually here with us. And I am Samantha Ocampo, an instructor from St. Dominic College of Asia, Philippines. I would like to share with you our research entitled Preformulation of Antibacterial Topical Cream from the ethanolic extract of oyster mushroom against Staphylococcus aureus. So, the human skin The human skin is the largest organ of our body, and it also serves as the first line of defense against external factors. It provides a barrier against infections, and it provides our protection against other pathogens. Bacteria that lives on our normal skins are some of the following: Staphylococcus species, Corynebacterium species, Acinetobacter, and Propionibacteria. Gram-positive bacteria such as our Staphylococcus aureus is an infrequent resident flora, but they can account in a variety of bacterial pyodermas. Bacterial pyodermas are actually skin diseases that has pus. Predisposing factors of infection include minor trauma, pre-existing skin disease, and poor hygiene, and rarely the person's immune system. The combination of these factors will result to different kind of skin infections or skin diseases like staph infections, your boils, impetigo, and cellulitis. Pleurotus austriatus is also referred as oyster mushroom. It has a lot of phytochemical constituent presence like phenolic compounds, alkaloids, saponins, tannins, sterols, triterpenes, coumarins, and cyanogenic glycosides. According to studies, the said phytochemical constituents are responsible for the following effects: anti-diabetic, antibacterial, antioxidant, anti-cholesterol, anti-cancer, anti-arthritic, and antiviral activities. The aim of this research was to formulate an antibacterial cream that will be effective against Staphylococcus aureus. Preformulation may be described as the process of optimizing a drug through determination of those physical and chemical properties considered to be important in the formulation of an stable, effective, and safe dosage form. We're going to preformulate a cream that is a semi-solid preparation for cutaneous application intended for local delivery of active substances and their emollient and protective action. The objective of this is to test and preformulate a topical cream if it's effective against Staphylococcus aureus. This also aims to determine the significant difference about the antibacterial property between the treatment and our control groups. And lastly, to check and assess the physical properties of the preformulated cream. So for the methodology, we have the following steps in doing the research. We have collected the mushrooms from Maragondon, Cavite, which is part of the Region 4A. Extraction of ethanolic extract using the maceration method, and it was concentrated using rotary evaporator. The validation of the mere extract was also tested against Staphylococcus aureus. The researchers preformulated a topical cream with the concentrations of 5, 10, and 15% using the extract as our active ingredient. The cream was formulated by incorporating the active ingredient to our cream base. The researchers screened the physical properties of this preformulated cream for their color, odor, uniform consistency, their pH, washability, viscosity, spreadability, and to look out for phase separation. For the testing of the antimicrobial activity of the cream, this diffusion method was used. The table shows the components of the cream, where the compounding starts by the following ingredients. For our oil fields, stearic acid, cetyl alcohol, glyceryl monostearate, white petrolatum, and mineral oil, which will be mixed together until the temperature reached at 75 degrees Celsius. Next will be your water phase, containing the following ingredients: your phenoxyethanol, dimethicone 1000, dimethicone 500, and those two mixtures will be added together by adding your water phase to the oil phase until the mixture reached 50 degrees Celsius. Next, triethanolamine will be added because triethanolamine will serve as our emulsifier until the mixture will drop to the temperature by room temperature. It will emulsify. So after preformulating the cream base, we were going to add the active ingredients by the use of incorporation method. So 30 grams of the cream base will be weighed and will be added for the specific concentration, your 5%, 10%, and 15%. As for the result of their antimicrobial testing, the table 2 shows that the treatment groups, namely your 5%, 10%, and 15%, as well as our positive control, exhibited a zone of inhibition against Staphylococcus aureus. On the other hand, the cream base did not, which served as our negative control, did not exhibit a zone of inhibition. Next table is the statistical analysis using one-way analysis of variance regarding the antibacterial property of the pre-formulated cream against Staphylococcus aureus, which shows that the p-value is less than 0.05, making it has a significant difference between the two groups. Meaning that the 5, 10, 15% can significantly inhibit bacterial growth of the Staphylococcus aureus. Next table is the result of the physical evaluation of the preformulated cream. All of the preformulated creams which has the extract as our active ingredient has uniform consistency. The following extract has a darker color compared to our cream base, which was originally white. They exhibited a tamarind-like odor, and after 3 weeks of observing, there were no phase separation. The cream was also easily removed by water without the use of soap, which is a characteristic of a cream which compared to other dosage form. And the pH of the cream was ranging from 7.07 to 7.48. As for their spreadability, 3.52 gram per centimeter to 6.5 gram per centimeter per second. Lastly, your viscosity has a range of 5,538 centipua to 5,729 centipua. So after analyzing the data and results of the research, the anti-mag activity testing of the preformulated cream shows that there is a significant difference between the treatment and the control groups, namely our 5%, 10%, and 15%, exhibited an activity against Staphylococcus aureus. But it is not as effective as our fusidic acid, which serves as our positive control. We can take that the extract was effective since the cream base was negative in terms of the zone of inhibition. The phytochemical constituent present in the oyster mushroom or our Pleurotus austriatus, like tannins and phenolic compounds, were found to have mechanisms of action by cell membrane lysis, inhibition of protein synthesis, proteolytic enzymes, which makes it as effective antibacterial agent. In terms of their physical properties, the cream showed or possessed good properties in terms of their color and odor. There were no solid components formed and there were no phase separation. As for their pH, the range of 7.07 to 7.48, which is considered not irritable to skin because the normal range of commercial creams ranges from 4 to 8. The spreadability values also showed that the formulated creams are applicable and suitable for the skin. In conclusion, the formulated creams of the different concentrations were acceptable in terms of their physical properties and exhibited an activity against Staphylococcus aureus. As for the recommendation for future researchers, they can continue the study in terms of checking for the chemical properties of the pre-formulated cream. Also to check if it's effective against different microorganisms that is also present in our skin, to do accelerated real-time stability testing on the cream, and to perform clinical trials of the effect of the cream or for their skin irritation, but on animal samples. And that ends my presentations. I would like to thank SDCA for giving me the opportunity to present my research to all of you. Thank you.
Is Dr. Khan there? Hello, Dr. Khan.
Yes. Can you
Okay, you
hear
may
me?
now ask your question
Yes,
as the
yes.
panel.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you
Dr.
very
Khan.
much. Professor Samantha, am I audible to you?
Sir?
Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay,
I
thank
can
you.
hear
Thank
you.
you very much. Okay. That was a good research, I can see. My first question is that what standard drug have you used in this particular research to do the comparative, study?
We use fusidic acid with the
Okay.
brand name Fusidin as our
Okay. Fusidin.
control,
Okay.
positive control,
Okay.
because it's in
Positive
the
control.
cream dosage form.
Sure. Okay. So, can you elaborate something on this particular thing? Like, can this particular formulation be used for other kind of gram positive infections as well?
So regarding my recommendation, sir, we established that the future researchers will try to check the activity of this reformulation against other gram positive, because our study actually tested just for Staphylococcus aureus.
Okay, okay, that's great. That's great. And any kind of clinical kind of trials or anything you have done, or like if you are even applying something on you, for a person's skin, so it requires some sort of documentation. In India, I'm talking about. Internationally, it is there as well. I don't know what you have done in Philippines over there, but this is something. So have you got any kind of permission before applying something on the to the volunteers or something like that?
Can you repeat the question, sir? It's kind of
Yeah, then let me simplify my question in this particular way, that have you acquired any kind of permission from any kind of clinical authorities when you are applying this particular formulation to any volunteer?
ah we tried, sir, to test it for in vitro, sir. We didn't.
Okay, sorry, I can't hear you.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, 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 I
Yeah.
can hear you.
Sir, we didn't try it in humans. We tried it in vitro, sir. So we didn't get any information regarding the application of this formation to human samples, sir.
Okay, okay. No, because you have shown that washability and all those stuffs. So that's why I thought that you might have, done any kind of, clinical trials. That's it. No issues. Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you very much for your valuable recommendations as well in this research. And I give you a very all the best for your future recommendations. So you can work and you can, actually put it into the market. So where your research you can take it. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
thank you, sir.
Over to you, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you very
Professor
much, Professor.
Emmanuel.
The same citation is awarded to Professor Samantale Ocampo for having attended the International Scientific Drug Conference of Asia 2020. A reminder to our participants to please kindly follow the time allotment of 12 minutes only per presentation. Thank you. The eighth presenter. The eighth presenter is from the Research Institute of Sri Dhanvantari Pharmacy College, India, to present antibiotic drug resistance in tuberculosis. Let us call Priyanka Patel. Okay. Unfortunately, presenter 8 is not around. While waiting, let's proceed with presenter number 9. As, a de- as the introduction for the ninth presenter, the ninth presenter is the principal of Sri Pandit Baburao College of Pharmacy, Bhiwandi. She completed her PhD in pharmacy at Sri Prasad Jabarmal Tibrewala University and Master of Pharmacy at Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences, Bangalore, India. She participated in international research conference in India and Spain and published almost 6 research journals to present formulation and evaluation of moisturizer containing isabgol mucilage for the management of dry skin. Let us call Dr. Godkaonkar Sunayana. Hello, Doctor. Good afternoon. You may now share your PowerPoint. Hello, doctor. I think you're not audible. Yeah. Yes. You're already audible, doctor.
Yes, yes. Thank you for
Okay.
your kind words.
Yes,
Thank you
doctor.
for
Could you
this
please enlarge your PowerPoint before you start?
enlarge. Is that
Okay,
okay?
doctor. Yes, doctor. You may now start your presentation.
Yeah. Uh, yes, I'm the Namaskar from India. I'm Dr. Sunana Gurgavkar. I'm principal of the pharmacy college here at Bhiwandi, Maharashtra, India. And I basically done my pharmacy education, specialized in pharmaceutical chemistry. I am trying a hand now in field of pharmaceutics. So I'm trying to formulate and evaluate a moisturizer which is containing isabgol mucilage. This presentation I am doing using isabgol mucilage for management of dry skin. Um, Now we before I go for the presentation, I wanted to say why isabgol. Because isabgol is basically less costly and it has got a very good gel forming activity. So we are using isabgol in the formulation of moisturizer. It is actually also isabgol is actually having various pharmacological activities. If you have a look, it is also used as a dietary fiber supplement. Basically, if you look at its pharmacological activity, it has been used as a laxative, especially in treatment of colon cancer because it is helping in stomach emptying. It has been used in chronic constipation, diarrhea, inflammation of mucous membrane, of GI, of genitourinary tracts, of in duodenal ulcer, in gonorrhea, piles, etc. Basically, it's because of its non-irritant activity and because also it is easily available. We are using this for making moisturizer. Now, because we have tried to study its excellent emollient property. So, what are basically moisturizers? Moisturizers are topical formulations which are used in the treatment of especially in preventing dry skin and also to especially for skin barrier which is responsible. Skin is your first controller, so functions of skin barrier, it aids in functions of skin which is acting as a skin which acts as the barrier. So we directly go to how we went about the study. We actually purchased a subcol husk which was available from local authentic herbal distributor of Dombivli. I stay at Dombivli, so I got a subcol husk from a local authentic herbal distributor of Dombivli. And these were the ingredients that were used in moisturizer. Glycerin was used as humectant, emulsifying wax was used as base, glyceryl monostearate again as base, and the list of ingredients used to formulate base for herbal moisturizer. We have used triple distilled water along with isabgol, which acts as emollient. We have used amine as emulsifier, extra virgin olive oil as nourishing agent, methyl paraben as preservative, propyl paraben again as preservative. We have also used rose water. Now this gives very good fragrance, and we have used some synthetic fragrance, but the main fragrance used was rose water. um, Now, how we prepared isabgol extract? We prepared various aqueous extract of isabgol, and these solutions were in the range of zero point 0.2 to zero point 0.5 grams in 20 ml of water. Now, we actually use the phase inversion technique. In this, the eternal phase was prepared using table 2, and that is emulsification was carried out initially in the mortar pestle. That it was grated and melted emulsifying wax, extra virgin olive oil. They were all added to mixture of previously 2 nights soak isabgol husk. We had to soak the isabgol husk in different concentrations. It is 0.2 gram, 0.25 gram, zero point 0.5 gram, zero point 0.3 gram, so on. And we in and then we made this formulation so that isabgol husk will form a gel. Okay. Now, in order to formulate moisturizing cream with sunflower wax, emulsifying wax was partially and sometimes completely replaced by sunflower wax, and also triethanolamine was also replaced. We had used some emulsifying wax, but sunflower wax was replaced as an emulsifying agent, and which was replaced by borax to prepare a stabilized formulation. Now we have used a method of 3 square full factorial design method that has shown satisfactory results. You will see emulsifying wax and the sunflower wax percent. We have used lowest percent of 1 and the highest percent of 4. So you can see the experimental runs for the formulation of moisturizing cream used in the study with coded values. Okay, and the lowest being 1 and the highest being 4. Now, this was the composition of various moisturizing creams that were used. If you see, For MF1, there were eight formulation codes: MF1, MF2, MF3, MF4, MF5, MF6, MF7, and MF8. If you have a look at the sunflower wax in the emulsifying wax, the sunflower wax has sometimes replaced completely the emulsifying wax. We have used extra virgin olive oil, glycerin monostearate, glycerin, borax, methyl paraben, propyl paraben, and water to make up. We have used rose water as perfume. That was quantity sufficient. Quantity sufficient. Now we made the various preparation of moisturizers, but we had to evaluate those moisturizers using the following parameters: pH, spreadability, viscosity, in vitro occlusivity, and particle size. So if you we will directly go towards the results and discussion. If you have if you try to understand, then the pH of the formulations were not very high. They were in the range of 7 plus 0.195 to 7.21 plus 0.188, equivalent to the pH of the body. So this values indicate that the pH is within range, and which is now presented in the forwarding table, and it is acceptable as per the ISI or Indian standards. If you look at the thermal stability of all the moisturizing creams, you will see that MF5 value is the best value, where P indicates that it is thermally stable and N indicates that it is not stable. Denotes instability of the formulation. P indicates stability of the formulation, and N indicates instability of the formulation. Now these are the evaluation parameters for all the moisturizing creams, including viscosity. If you have a look at viscosity of various formulations, then the optimum viscosity is for MF5 value. The rest all values are in different ranges. Some is 2456, somewhere it is 4066. Uh, so the ranges of viscosity are different. The spreadability of MF5 is optimum. Others are in extreme ranges, some 5 and some 6. Similarly, the pH, if you can have a look, 6.80 to 7.22. Uh, that is how even the prototype is 7.22, but the pH range of MF5 is again optimum. Again, these ranges are this is again in extreme ranges, 6.8 to 7.24. Now, in vitro viscosity we have done for all the formulations, but I am presenting the graph only for MF5. The percent weight loss by MF5 is the lowest. If you have applied, if you do the in vitro viscosity, you take the controlled formulation, the filtered, that is the negative formulation, and your normal, the formulations that you have made. If you have a look, then the MF5 formulation is causing least loss of water as compared to all other formulations. So I'm presenting here the graph of MF5 formulation only. The This should cause your moisturizing formulation should cause less loss of water. They should prevent loss of water, because the more they prevent loss of water, they will cause hydration of the skin. Now we try to do particle size evaluations of Isabgol moisturizer. So this was how these are some of the values and at which we performed a particle size evaluation. The uniformity was 0.507. The specific surface area was 5788 meter square per kg. And these are some of the particle size: 1.04, 1.34, 0.633, 1.08, and 2.52. This was the prototype formulation that we obtained, that is size, class versus volume density. This was this is how we obtained for prototype, and these were some of the values for prototype formulation. If you can see, we have used a different size and percent volume under the graph, and these are some of the values. Whereas if you see for a sub goal, the MF5 formulation again size versus volume, then this is an optimum graph for particle size. The particle size should be lower as compared to the prototype. So this is lower as compared to prototype, giving very good viscosity also. So the lower the particle size, better is the viscosity of the formulation. These are some of the values for size and volume in there as as evaluated. Now we discuss something that the moisturizing cream formulation were subjected to various assessment parameters as they are depicted in tables 5 and 6. Now pH of all the formulations was found to be slightly alkaline, not all alkaline, but slightly alkaline. All the formulations exhibited pseudoplastic flow in terms of viscosity. The spreadability of MF5, not MF6. MF5 is higher amongst all the prototype formulation. Amongst all the formulation, MF1, MF2, MF5, MF6 better thermal stability at 20, 30, and 40 degrees centigrade. But MF5 was selected as the optimized formulation on basis of spreadability and viscosity. The part Actually the particle size that increased the viscosity and spreadability. These were the two important factors, including pH. pH was also very good for MF5, and in vitro occlusivity was also good for MF5. So this MF5 was found to be an optimum formulation as compared to prototype formulation. And these are some of the references. I can give a list of references, but then I chose only four references now. I actually chose a simple moisturizer because it can form gel, and I also chose because there are very few herbal moisturizers available currently in the market. So we chose only this. This work has been done along with my colleague Priyanka Sadgir, who is also now currently principal at a pharmacy college, Abhinav Pharmacy College in Kalyan. So all thanks to her also. Thank you, madam, and thank you, organizing committee, for giving me a chance to present my work in this international conference. Thank you, Dr. Marine, Dr. Neda. Thank you, all the organizing committee members. Sorry if I missed your name. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sunayana. Your research is very interesting because it's actually something that will contribute in the advancement of natural products in the beauty aspect of our society. Okay, that's why it's very interesting. And again, I'm interested in the on the property of psyllium husk, specifically the mucilage of the isogol, in terms of targeting the treatment of dry skin. In
Yeah.
that case, my question is, what is the mechanism of action in a simple terminology, or a non-pharmacist like me, I'm a nurse. What is the mechanism of action of the psyllium husk mucilage to treat dry skin? Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, you see, your skin is basically lipoprotein, and especially in winters, it is generally very, very dry. So,
Mhm.
mucilage will make your skin, you have got various layers of skin, derma, epiderma, squamous tissue. So when you apply moisturizers to skin, then the dead skin gets removed, and your skin, which is very dry inside, can take and absorb the moisture from your moisturizer. That is the mechanism of action.
Okay. I guess if we have further studies about this mucilage effect of the psyllium husk, maybe we can further look at the treatment of the psyllium husk specifically to psoriasis, to treat psoriasis, one of the autoimmune
Yes.
diseases that is really difficult to treat. And
Yes.
that would really be great too. Thank you so
Yes.
much, doctor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. The same citation is awarded to Dr. Godkaonkar Sunayana for having attended the International Scientific Drug Conference of Asia 2020. Let's now proceed with our 10th presenter. The 10th presenter is a PhD research fellow at Taylor's University, Malaysia. Her area of interest is clinical pharmacy practice. Her research has typically emphasized on the role of clinical pharmacy to improve the quality of healthcare provided in developing countries. She is currently working to highlight drug-related problems faced by community-dwelling older persons in Malaysia. She has been awarded with Taylor's Research Excellence Scholarship in 2018. She is also the author of a book titled Fight Against Cancer and published more than seven in reputable national and international journals to present the utilization of carbapenems in the intensive care unit of a tertiary care hospital in Pakistan, a cross-sectional study. Let us call A.S. Kudusi. Hello, doctor. Okay, I think there is some technical issues with Dr. Kudusi. So let's first proceed with our 11th presenter. The 11th presenter is a registered medical technologist and graduated as cum laude at St. Dominic College of Asia, Philippines. She is currently a faculty member of the Department of Medical Laboratory Science and also a third-year medicine student at Centro Escolar University, School of Medicine in Manila, Philippines, to present antimicrobial and antifungal activity of isolated actinomycetes from dump site in Rosario, Cavite, Philippines. Let us call Professor Eliza M. Cruz.
Hi, good afternoon po.
Good afternoon,
Uh,
Professor.
Hi,
Could the
can I
technical
can you?
team present
Yes.
her PowerPoint presentation? Okay. Go ahead,
Okay.
Professor. You may start your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Again, a pleasant afternoon to our esteemed guests and research panel, and to our audience, good afternoon as well. I am Professor Eliza M. Cruz, medical technologist and professor and faculty member of the Department of Medical Laboratory Science here in St. Dominic College of Asia in the Philippines. I will be here today to present to you our research study entitled Antimicrobial and Antifungal Activity of Isolated Actinomycetes from Dump Site in Rosario, Cavite, Philippines. I would also like to recognize the efforts of the core group no in this research, which is Ms. Rebecca Aquino, Mr. Tristan Castro, Mr. Roland De La Rosa, Ms. Jillian Ramos, Professor Ana Patricia Luis, and Dr. Joel Matunis. Next, please. Next slide, please. As a brief introduction, actinomycetes is found in quite a significant number as a major component in the natural soils and a major component of streptomyces, which, as we know, is a source of streptomycin antibiotic for the treatment of tuberculosis. Actinomycetes are also known for producing wide range of antibiotics and can also produce cosmetics, vitamins, nutritional materials, pesticides, anti-tumor and immunosuppressive agents, as well as antiparasitic and enzymes. Many species of actinomycetes occur in the soil and are harmless to animals and higher plants. While some are important pathogens, many others are actually more beneficial as sources of antibiotics. And some of these antibiotics that come from the actinomyces are streptomycin, gentamicin, and erythromycin. Next, please. Actinomycete isolates produce bioactive compounds that also has the same mechanism of action with other antibiotics such as vancomycin, which is also known as a cell wall inhibitor, which prevents further elongation and cross-linking of our peptidoglycan matrix. This study therefore aims to isolate actinomyces from a dump site in Rosario, Cavite, Philippines, and its antimicrobial and antifungal activity. Isolation of actinomycetes from soil were performed by serial dilution. Next, please. We have here a flowchart of our methodology, and I will be explaining this to you one by one as we proceed with the presentation. Next, please. Our methodology began with the collection, treatment, and dilution of soil samples. Soil samples were collected at a 5 to 10 10 centimeter depth beneath the surface of the ground, which were then transferred to sterile polypropylene bags to be transported to the laboratory for further evaluation. The soil samples were then treated by heating the samples at 55 degrees Celsius for 10 minutes in order to eliminate fungal growth as well as to prevent further growth of other bacterial pathogens. The 1 gram of the treated soil sample was then subjected to a 5-fold serial dilution, in which these serially diluted tubes were then inoculated on your starch casein agar, a culture medium which is selective for the identification of your actinomycetes via spread plate technique. These plates were then incubated at 28 degrees Celsius for 7 days. Next, please. The next step for our methodology is as part of our preliminary investigation, our test organisms, which included your methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, or your MRSA, your ESBL E. coli, or your extended spectrum beta-lactamase Escherichia coli, your Candida albicans, Staphylococcus aureus, and Escherichia coli, were all respectively planted in their nutrient agar plates, which were then followed by the inoculation of your pure culture of actinomyces, which was derived from the starch casein agar culture. This was then incubated at 37 degrees Celsius for 24 hours for the bacterial test organisms, and 4 to 5 days at room temperature for the fungal test organisms. After the incubation period, the researchers measured the zones of inhibitions which were present on each of the plates and were compared with the positive controls, which were vancomycin for your Staphylococcus aureus, imipenem for your Escherichia coli, and nystatin for your Candida albicans. Next, please. The tubes or the plates which have shown the greatest zones of inhibitions were chosen for the making of the antibiotic disc. So these serially diluted tubes were cultivated with 50 ml of your yeast malt extract and incubated at 7 days for 350 RPM. After the incubation period, the cell-free supernatant, which will be used for the making of the antibiotic disc, was separated via centrifugation at 10,000 RPM for 10 minutes. And the result was then transferred to a 5 millimeter antibiotic disc of varying concentrations, mainly your 50 UL concentrate, 100 microliter concentrate, and 150 microliter concentrate. Next, please. This was then subjected to your Kirby-Bauer disc diffusion method, which will be able to help us in determining the antibiotic and antifungal properties of our isolated actinomycetes. Now, this was planted using your Muller-Hinton agar, wherein our test organisms, again, namely your MRSA, ESBL, E. coli, Staph aureus, and Candida albicans, were planted, and which were then followed by were swabbed, which were then followed by the planting of the antibiotic disc of varying concentrations. And after incubation of 24 hours, we came up with the following results. Next, please. So we have here a figure after 24 hours of incubation from the plate which was planted with Staphylococcus aureus. We can see that our pure culture of actinomycetes, which was transferred on the antibiotic disc, was able to show some type of antibiotic activity as seen in the zones of inhibition. Next, please. This can also be seen in our second test organism, which is your Escherichia coli. Next, please. As well as our other organisms, which included your MRSA or your methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus. You can still see a zone of inhibition, meaning there has been some antibiotic activity. Next, please. As well as your ESBL E. coli. Next. Now, to answer our questions or the objectives for this research, which is, does actinomycetes exhibit antimicrobial activity against the test organisms using your Kirby-Bauer method? Next, please. We have here a table showing the average zone of inhibition. So on our left, you can see the different volumes or concentrations of the isolates which were present in the antibiotic disc. And on our right, you can see the different test organisms. So you can see here that at the different levels or different concentrates of the antibiotic disc, there are also different zones of inhibition. And we can see an emerging pattern here wherein the antibiotic this with the least amount, no, or with the least amount of concentrate, which is at the 50 microliters, this was the one that was able to exhibit the greatest zone of inhibition across all organisms. Next, please. To answer our second question, which is, does actinomycetes exhibit antifungal activity against Candida albicans using your using your Kirby-Bauer method? Next, please. We have here a table again. So this one is almost of the same proponent as the previous table, but the difference here is that we use your fungal test organism, which is your Candida albicans. So again, we can see here that the antibiotic disc, no, which has shown, or the concentrate of the isolate, which has shown the greatest amount of your zone of inhibition, was still the one with the least amount of isolate, which is your 50 microliters. Next, please. To answer our third question, which is, does actinomycetes exhibit antimicrobial activity against the test organisms using the following concentrations and positive control? So next, please. So in this table, you can see that we have compared the different, again, with the different concentrations, and we also have another component, which is isolate with the addition of your methanol. So methanol is known to have some type of inhibitory effect, no, on these antibiotics, and the researchers opted to investigate whether the isolates or the actinomycetes will still be able to exhibit their antibiotic activity even in the presence of an inhibitor. And the result was they were still able to exhibit, no, they were still able to observe these zones of inhibitions with even with the addition of methanol as your inhibitor. But we can see, as we can see from the in comparison with the pure isolate, we can see that there is quite a difference. No, the isolate combined with your inhibitor actually has lower levels or lower zones of inhibition in comparison to the pure isolate. And all of these were compared with our positive control, which is your vancomycin, again for Staph aureus, and imipenem for your Escherichia coli. Next, please. To answer our fourth question, which is, does actinomycetes exhibit antifungal activity against your Candida albicans using the following concentration and your positive control, which is cystatin? So next, please. So here we have the table, almost of the same proponent as the last one. The only difference is that we use our fungal test organism, which is your Candida albicans. So you can see here again that the isolate with 50 microliters of, the isolate with the 50 microliters was the one that exhibited the largest zone of inhibition, both as a pure culture and both in combination with your methanol. Okay, and this was also compared with our positive control, which is your nystatin. Next, please. And is there a significant difference in the antimicrobial activity of isolated actinomycetes against your test organisms when grouped according to your concentrations, positive and negative control? Next, please. So our alpha value, our p values, which will fall within our alpha value, which is 0.05, will be considered as significant. And as you can see here, there are some comparisons. No? There are some proponents which were considered as significant. And mainly, what this is just trying to say is that there's actually a significant difference, no, in the antimicrobial activity, in the antibiotic activity of your actinomycetes against Staphylococcus aureus in relation to the different concentrations, meaning there is actually a difference in the property of the antibiotic property when it is at 50 microliters, when it is at 100 microliters, and when it is at 150 microliters. So there is actually, according to our statistical findings, there's actually a significant difference for that one. Next, please. So this is just still for your Staphylococcus aureus. Next, please. For our next organism, which is for your Escherichia coli, no, the same is true, no. There's actually a significant difference with regards to your 50 microliters, because as we have noticed earlier, no, it was our 50 microliters which exhibited the greatest amount of antibiotic activity, and therefore it has a significant difference with regards to the antibiotic properties in relation to the concentration. Next, please. So that is still for E. coli. Next po. And our next organism is your MRSA. Again, the same is true. Next, please. So there are still significant differences in relation to the different concentrations. Okay, next, please. Okay, next po. And of course, lastly, our final test organism, which is your ESBL. Now, there is still significant differences with regards to its properties, no, its antibiotic properties in relation to the concentration. Next, please. I think we still have one from Candida albicans. Okay, next po. Okay, so the same is also true for this table. Next, please. Okay, next po. Okay, so we proceed with our summary of findings. With regards to the pure isolates, antimicrobial and antifungal activity from actinomycetes was actually observed, no? And lower concentrations of the pure isolates led to larger zones of inhibition. And with regards to the isolates with addition of our inhibitor methanol, zones of inhibitions were still observed, however, at much smaller sizes in contrast to the pure isolates. Therefore indicates that methanol possesses an inhibitory component. Next slide, please. And finally, for our conclusions for this study, actinomycetes isolated from dump sites in Rosario, Cavite, Philippines have actually shown antimicrobial and antifungal properties. There were significant difference in relation to the zone of inhibition and varying concentrations of pure isolates. And lastly, pure cultures of isolated actinomycetes at a lower concentration of 50 microliters have shown larger zones of inhibition. So that would be all for our presentation, and we thank you for your kind attention.
Uh, Very good afternoon to you,
Good
Professor.
afternoon. Yes,
Can
good
you hear
afternoon,
me?
sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
good
po,
afternoon.
loud and clear po.
That was an amazing presentation by you, and I must
Thank you
say,
very much.
my only question goes to you. That is because that was very technical for our audiences as well. So I just want you, if you can, elaborate it in a simple language, because there are many students and undergraduate, diploma students, and other. So how they can understand your research? Because we as a researchers and as a scholars can understand this particular thing, but because your study was very vast, I can understand it.
Okay.
This is a doctoral level study, so I can understand it. So kindly just elaborate it in this thing.
Okay. Okay. Okay, sir. To simplify it for our student viewers out there, we were actually able to isolate a microorganism from the soil, which actually has properties against bacterial infection. So, if we are able to study on this further, no, the actinomycetes, which are bacteria which we were able to find in the soil, will be able to be very helpful in production, no, of more antibiotic drugs in the future. As we know, multi-drug resistance is very apparent in present times. No? So it was also noted in the research that the bacteria was also able to fight off these multi-drug resistant organisms. So it actually has an effect, no? And this can also help if it will be expounded further, if it will be studied further. This can also help in finding solutions for multi-drug resistance. So I hope you were
Okay.
able to understand that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now the students must be able to understand this thing. Now, from the technical point of thing, I would just like to ask you one simple question. How much commercial application do you find with your study? That can it be commercialized in some way or other in future?
Uh, I guess po, I suppose na po, if it can be studied further, it can be commercialized. But as of this moment, we have not really delved into that aspect yet. So we have yet to
Yeah,
find out
because
po.
it is very cheaply available in your local area, as you have mentioned that
Yes
in the
po.
dumps and all. So it can be isolated then, and it could be beneficial for the people in your country or in your local area, because or even abroad as well, because it is abundantly available in your local area. That's what I can say. So have you any idea to
Yes.
do it in a further way?
We were not able to delve in much of the commercial aspect of it. But if given the
Okay.
chance po, no, we will explore into it.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you.
very
Thank
much
you.
po.
Thank you
Thank you
very
very
much.
much.
Thank you very much. It's a great study actually. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you po. Thank you.
Yeah. Over to you,
Thank you.
Professor Emmanuel.
Thank you very much, Professor Eliza M. Cruz. The same citation is awarded to Professor Eliza M. Cruz for having attended the International Scientific Drug Conference of Asia 2020. At this point, I think the 10th presenter is now available for his presentation. Let us call now A.S. Kudusi from the School of Pharmacy, Taylor's University Lakeside Campus, Subang Jaya, Selangor, Malaysia. Hello, doctor.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ehlam Sundus Kudusi, and I'm currently affiliated with Taylor's University Lakeside Campus, as already explained by you. So I will try to quickly jump toward my presentation so that we do not waste a lot of time.
Yes, doctor. Could you please now share your presentation?
Yeah, I'm trying to share my screen. Okay.
Okay, doctor.
Yeah, I'm just waiting.
Okay.
Okay. Application. I don't
To
know why.
share, okay,
Yeah,
doctor, to share effectively your PowerPoint, you need to open first your PowerPoint, then you go to StreamYard, click share screen, then choose your
yeah,
PowerPoint so that your PowerPoint would play on the background. And our
yeah.
technical team would assist you in presenting this.
I hope you can see my screen now.
Okay. Yes, doctor, we could now see your presentation. Okay,
Okay.
doctor, you may start your presentation.
Okay.
Uh, Hello, doctor. We can't hear the audio from your video. If you're going to share your screen, make sure to click on the Chrome tab, then check for the share audio
Yeah,
option so that we could hear. Okay.
yeah, actually I tried yeah, I tried to share the audio as well. Okay.
Okay, doctor, could you please try again
Yeah,
to play this in full screen, then click share audio.
okay. Let's see.
Yes, doctor. Our technical team suggests that you need to play the presentation in full screen so that your audio could be heard.
Okay.
Could you please try playing it now, doctor?
So I'm going to. Can you hear now? Findings from one of the
Okay,
study conducted.
doctor. We can now hear
Uh,
your presentation.
you can hear now.
Yes, doctor, go ahead.
Hello? Can you hear now?
Yes, doctor. Yes, doctor.
Okay,
Go
okay,
ahead.
okay, okay. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay.
And the title of the study is the utilization of carbapenems in the intensive care unit of a tertiary care hospital in Pakistan. It was a cross-sectional study. Here is the presentation outline. Talking about the drug utilization review, as the definition suggests, that it is just an audit for the prescribing, dispensing, and using practices involved with the medication use. So during a drug utilization review, a comprehensive, in-depth medication review of patients' medication data is conducted to ensure the evidence-based use of a drug or that therapeutic class. The patient medication record is compared against a predetermined criteria. The criteria I would briefly touch in the further slides. Why carbapenems? This drug utilization review is, I must say that it's a labor-intensive service. So it would not be a cost-effective approach to render this drug utilization review for every prescription drug. Hence, this kind of service is reserved for the drugs with the narrow therapeutic index or those who involve serious implications if used inappropriately. So as we know that carbapenems are broad-spectrum antibiotics which have documented efficacy against the life-threatening pathogens which include the Clostridium difficile or Pseudomonas aeruginosa as well. Both of them are notorious for causing hospital-acquired infections that are life-threatening. And both of these strains are found to be developing antibiotic resistance toward various classes of the antibiotics. Talking about the antibiotic resistance, the WHO has termed this as a global threat to the human and animal health, also to the food and the development. So this antibiotic resistance occurs sometimes naturally, but the excessive and inappropriate use of antibiotics is accelerating the process of this antibiotic resistance. So for these reasons, the carbapenems are recommended to be reserved for severe cases of life-threatening infections caused by the pathogens who are resistant toward multiple antibiotics. The steps usually involved during the drug utilization review, they include the selection of the target. Here we identify the drug or a specific therapeutic class which we need to study. And then comes the most crucial step, that is to define the criteria. So we conduct an extensive literature review to incorporate all kind of primary, secondary, and tertiary literature available to incorporate available evidences for the indications of use for that particular drug. So after the criteria is defined, the data collection form is carefully designed to incorporate all the data which is required to be compared with the criteria. So the sources for data collection includes the treatment chart, the patient medication orders, the pathological reports, their microbiological data, and the demographic data that includes the age, gender, the weight, and other associated details that could be important to know to evaluate the use of the medication. Then comes the step for the evaluation and feedback. And during the evaluation process, we compare the findings of the medication use and compare it with the predetermined criteria, which we have developed with the help of the literature review, and the gaps are found. So based on these gaps, the future interventions are recommended, and the recommendations are in form of interventions, whether they are directed toward the physicians to improve the prescribing practices or towards the patient to provide the education regarding the drug and their associated use. This is our project outline. We opted for the retrospective drug utilization review. We know that the drug utilization review are of three types: the prospective, concurrent, and retrospective. As the name suggests, that in retrospective drug utilization review, we conduct the drug utilization review after the drug is being dispensed to the patient. So one of the limitation of this kind of design is that you cannot take the corrective actions in case you find some inappropriate practices. So this study was conducted at the intensive care unit, Ghurki Trust Teaching Hospital in Lahore. 300 patients were admitted to the ICU during the study period, and out of those 300 patients, 50 patients were prescribed with carbapenems at least for one dose. And the tools utilized were the patient medication orders, their pathological lab reports, and their demographic details. So the data collection form was designed to incorporate all the necessary information pertaining to the patients and recruited for the study. And a criteria which was developed with the help of the literature review and validated in another population was used as a standard. And the findings of the study were compared with that criteria. And due to the smaller size of the sample, we opted for the descriptive analysis. It was not justified to provide the mean values for such a small sample size. So we reported the frequencies and percentages of the findings. Here comes the findings. Out of the 50 participants of the study, 36% were female and 64% were males. And most of the patients, that is 64%, fell into the category of age 40 years and above. The meropenem was most commonly used carbapenem. According to the criteria, 34% of the medication orders were appropriate, whereas 32% of the prescription order were deemed suboptimal, and 34% were deemed inappropriate as per the criteria. So it suggests that overall 66% of the prescription orders were not appropriate. And this inappropriateness was associated with the overdoses prescribed for the carbapenems or the wrong duration of the medication prescribed. 22% drug interaction cases were also seen. Another important thing which we came across was the lack of the culture reports. The culture reports were conducted only among 12% of the cases, and out of which only 2% suggested or recommended the indication for carbapenems, which suggests that rest of the cases could have been monitored, could have been resolved with the help of narrow therapeutic, with the help of narrow spectrum antibiotics instead of carbapenems. Similar criteria was used to conduct the appropriateness studies for carbapenems, in a multi-center study conducted within the USA and another one in Canada. And the appropriateness found at those sites was 70% and 21%, 70% in America and 21% in Canada. And it was the study suggested that the improved appropriateness was associated with the strict formulary policies and strict implementation and regulation for the restricted medications. So likewise, we also suggest that this appropriateness study should be conducted at different sites, and appropriate antibiotic stewardship program should be devised, implemented, and should be monitored regularly to combat this issue of antimicrobial, resistance among the antimicrobials towards these antibiotics. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Yes. A very good evening. Good evening, because currently it's 3 p.m. here in India, Dr. Kudusi. So that was a really nice presentation from your side, and you have, accumulated all the information in a simplest form in a video. So that is really great. First and foremost thing is, the question, first and foremost question is that what was the inclusion criteria for your study?
Actually, the inclusion, since we were studying the utilization for carbapenem, so the inclusion criteria was to find out patients who were prescribed with at least one dose of carbapenem, so to see whether they are prescribed according to the evidences or not.
Okay, got it. Because usually what we have seen throughout my studies, study life and my teaching life and all those things, that carbapenems are basically not used nowadays very widely, and it should be used very cautiously, because it usually forms drug resistance very easily. Hence, it is actually saved for the last minute. Usually, I don't know what is the criteria back there in the research setting which you have chosen. So
I have cited that criteria. You can find it available as well, because I've cited the criteria.
Okay. And what usually the clinical indication for this particular medicines were prescribed for?
Actually, this one is reserved for, as mentioned, the Clostridium difficile. So they are mostly the nosocomial infection, the hospital acquired infections, which are mostly caused in the patients who have
infections.
So these are mostly reserved for them because these are life threatening, and we have seen the more, as mentioned in the presentation, that the morbidity rate with the hospital acquired infection is getting higher and higher day by day. Even the WHO has taken the notice and alarmed about this antibiotic resistance by these kind of microorganisms. So that's why we tend to reserve this class of antibiotic for these infections.
Okay. And last thing, which I just want your simple suggestion towards the all the healthcare providers, that while using any kind of antibiotics, because you can also correlate your carbapenems with other antibiotic use as well, because nowadays we can see even the patient goes to the pharmacies and they ask for certain antibiotics.
They ask for the fluoroquinolones directly for
the directly generation 4 antibiotics. So
for the common cough and flu.
Yeah, common cough and flu, and that is, this is basically the biggest cause where the multi bacterial or microorganism resistance is developing towards
Exactly.
very, great antibiotics like carbapenems as
Exactly.
well. And
Exactly.
that's what I just wanted a message from your side to all the audiences, because most of the audience members are, they belongs to the student community and they are the future healthcare providers. So a message from your side, doctor.
Yeah. Actually, this is the time, this is the area where we want our pharmacists to focus their attention towards. So whether they are working in a hospital or a community setup or wherever, so our utmost responsibility is to screen the prescriptions to find out, and correlations between the indications and prescriptions. So we should not, I know that the clinical pharmacy practice is varied markedly in different areas of the world. If we, specifically if we talk about the Pakistan, India, Malaysia, so the clinical pharmacy practice is not like whatever is being practiced in USA, Canada, and whatever. So we should, instead of focusing on what we can't do, we should focus at least on what we can do. So the prescription evaluation is the, I think, the utmost responsibility for a pharmacist. We should not dispense even a single medicine without evaluating the, appropriate use for that indication and a person who is coming to your pharmacy to pick up the drug. So I think that that's the foremost thing. If we take care of these kind of thing at this point, so they will not go to the point where we were talking about the global crisis, that drug resistance and all that kind of thing.
That's great. That's really great. And on this particular note, I would also like to add one point that students can take up projects like this, not like a bigger
Exactly.
project which you have taken, because you have, you have to take the animal, human ethics committees permission and
Exactly.
all those stuff, which is a
But
very tedious
in my
area.
case, yeah, in my
Mm.
case, because that's why because I supervised my undergrad students to conduct this program. So what we did is that we designed the project as retrospective drug utilization
Mm,
review.
mm,
So
mm.
in retrospective design, what you do is you look for the medical records only.
Medical records
So
only.
yeah, so there is a shortcoming that you cannot take the corrective action, but you are not actually going to the patients and doing the research on human subjects. Why?
Mhm.
Rather you are doing on the available data. So
Yeah,
for
but
that you
still, if
are
you are handling the, data, it also requires the ethics committee
ethics,
permission.
yeah.
Yeah,
So but
but
it's not as extensive as the one
as
required
the
for the human
original
population.
clinical trial as well,
Exactly.
because I
Exactly.
myself is a clinical trial instructor,
Yeah.
and
Exactly.
I handle all those kind of projects.
Yeah.
But to the students, they can even work on in close association with the pharmacist in either community
Exactly.
pharmacy. They can have similar kind of projects wherein they can, they kind of survey kind of a things where they
Exactly.
can,
And this would
exactly
help,
get this thing.
to highlight the, the actual problems, the on ground reality or the real time
Reality, of
issues.
course.
And that could help even the policy makers to devise such guidelines that would improve the hospital pharmacy practice or clinical pharmacy practice in general.
Yeah, of course. Thank you very much, doctor,
Thank you.
for your
Thank you very much.
this thing, and all the best. Have a good
Thank
day.
you.
Stay
Thank
safe.
you. All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. The same citation is awarded to A.S. Kudusi for having attended the International Scientific Drug Conference of Asia 2020. At this point, may we remind the research panels to submit the grades of the research presenters after every presentation on the Google document provided. Thank you. Again, may we remind the research panels to submit the grades of the research presenters after every presentation on the Google document provided. Thank you. We now proceed with the 12th presenter. The 12th presenter completed her bachelor in pharmacy from Tribhuvan University in Nepal. Her areas of interest lies in the drug quality that is readily available in the market and diabetes being a major disease. As metformin is ever important, her work emphasizes on the quality of commercially available samples. In addition, she works in a pharmacological studies in animal model as her field of interest as it would allow to understand the feasibility of drug model. Her research interests are drug discovery and pharmacology. To present, quality assessment of commercially available metformin hydrochloride, sustained release 1000 milligram tablets in Nepal. Let us call Salina Nyupane. Hello, doctor.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Could you please share your presentation?
Yes,
Okay, doctor. Could you please enlarge your presentation?
sure.
Okay.
Okay, can I
Okay, that's
proceed?
it, doctor. You may start your presentation.
Thank you. Namaste, my name is Salina Neopani and I'm a pharmacist in Nepal. My research topic is quality assessment of commercially available metformin sustained release 1000 mg tablets in Nepal. Introduction: Diabetes mellitus is one of the common chronic endocrine disorder characterized by increased blood glucose level with insufficient metabolism of carbohydrate, fat, and protein. And the first-line drug that is used in the treatment of diabetes mellitus is metformin. The objectives of my study is to evaluate the physical properties like hardness, friability, and weight variation of metformin SR tablets, to evaluate the quality parameters like dissolution and assay, and to determine the batch-to-batch consistency of metformin SR tablets. The statement of problem. In 2012, Chinese government officials arrested 2,000 people accused of making and selling fake drugs for the treatment of cancer, hypertension, and diabetes. A cross-sectional survey carried out in Kathmandu Valley, five different brands of eight different drugs were analyzed. Out of 40 drug samples, 32.5% samples were found to be of substandard quality. Quality of all these marketed products are relied on manufacturer only. There is no any cross-checking by the third party to ensure that they are safe and efficacious and are of desired quality, due to which sudden breakouts and news of fake and counterfeit drugs in market arises frequently. So we collected metformin sustained release tablets 100,000 mg from hospital and commercial pharmacies. Three national brands coded as NA, NB, and NC were taken, and four international brands coded as INA, INB, INC, and IND were taken. To determine batch consistency among the brands, we took two batches of each brand. Talking about methodology, we subjected the sample to quality control parameters as per Indian pharmacopoeia. The quality control parameters tested were weight variation, friability, hardness, assay, and dissolution. For weight variation, we weighed 20 tablets and then determine the average weight, and then again 20 tablets were weighed individually and percentage deviation was calculated from the average weight. For friability test, 10 randomly selected tablets were subjected to fibrillator and operated for 4 minutes at 25 rpm. The loss of weight before and after the operations were measured. Hardness test was done through Monsanto hardness tester. For assay, it was done according to Indian pharmacopoeia, where we baked and powdered 20 tablets. Zero point 0.1 gram of metformin was dissolved in 100 ml of water. 5 ml of liquid was diluted to 50 and again 5 to 50, and absorbance was measured at 232 nanometer. Dissolution was carried out with apparatus number 2 basket and at 100 rpm, and sampling was done at 1 hour, 3 hour, and 10 hours time. A suitable volume was filtered and absorbance was measured at 233 nanometer wavelength. So here are the results of weight variation, friability, and hardness of national brands, where all the brands complied with the IP specification and were of desired quality. This is the chart for international brands that shows weight variation, friability, and hardness, where you can see that Iron A1 and Iron A2 brand failed the friability test, showing 1.15 and 1.51 percentage, where the IP specification says it should be less than 1%. Other all brands complied with all the specifications. So results. Regarding weight uniformity, all complied with a deviation less than 5% from the mean. friability, ion A1 and ion A2 failed with a value of 1.15 and 1.51 respectively. Hardness, all of them complied, and dissolution test, ion B2 brand failed with release more than 75% in 3 hours time. This is the dissolution chart for national brands where we can see the data at 1 hour, 3 hour and 10 hours time, and all of them were within the limit and shows perfect overlapping, which shows that it is of desired quality and it stayed under the specified limit as well. This is a dissolution chart for international brand. The data are not much overlapping at 1 hour and 3 hours, but again it was under the specified limit as per Indian Pharmacopoeia, and all of them passed except Ion B2 brand. And this is the dissolution chart for Ion B2 brand. It showed more than 80% release in 3 hours time. We tested 6 samples, and 4 out of 6 samples were out of the limit, showing more than 75% release. So as per the criteria, we again tested another 6 samples of metformin tablets, and 5 out of 6 samples showed more than 80% release. So the criteria said that the dissolution of ion B2 brand has failed. But again, for our confirmation, we carried out dissolution test in another 6 samples, where it shows 5 out of 6 samples showed more than 80% release in 3 hours time, which is very high than the UIP specification, and the condition is known as dose dumping, due to which, in case of anti-diabetic drug, might cause severe hypoglycemia, causing the blood glucose level to decrease rapidly. And this is the chart showing essay of all the international and national brands. The percentage content were within the specification, that is 90 to 110%. Now discussion, among these 14 samples tested, only 11 samples passed all the quality parameters. Both the batches of passed samples were found to be consistent, and other 3 samples failed one of the tests. This concludes that the quality of marketed pharmaceutical products still cannot be relied upon blindly. Some actions must be taken as soon as possible to reduce the serious health hazard due to low quality drugs. Here are the references. This ends my presentations. Thank you.
Very good evening to you.
Good evening. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. That was a very nice and different kind of study which I can see over here, which is mainly based upon misbranding and adulteration.
Yes.
That's what I can see through your study. So am I correct?
Yes.
Yeah, this is about misbranding and adulteration, and which is really a serious issue, which is not addressed on a national or international level. So you are raising this issue, which is a very nice topic, and that is a very great thing. Now, I just would like to ask you one thing: that have you undertaken any kind of preclinical testings towards these medicines? Like you have taken only the dissolution test and the friability and all those stuff. So have you also got?
No, sir. We didn't did any kind of preclinical testing.
Animal studies or something like that.
No, we didn't do any animals study. We've only tested the quality parameters, that can be done in the lab, because
yeah, of course. No, that is a nice study as well. But if you could added some sort of animal studies, like the various level of effects, anti-diabetic effect, anti-hyperglycemic effects of various different batches of drugs. So it could have added a more a prominent kind of data towards your study. So I would suggest, if you can do it in future, that would be very that would be this particular study will become very great study to which you can publish as well, and that would be you can suggest something the policy maker towards misbranding and adulteration. So
yes, sir.
That is something like that. And as you have mentioned that the 3 different batches of drugs which were failed to comply, So don't you
Yes.
think that is really a shocking kind of thing that
Yes, but yes, so it's very shocking because people take medicine to cure the disease, right? But
mm,
the
mm,
medicine is itself making the person more vulnerable to the
yeah.
disease.
No, because in terms of anti-diabetic therapy, if the drug fails to, provide the therapeutic effect, then
Yes.
absolutely the patient can, suffer in a very gravely manner. Like
Yeah.
it can be life-threatening as well. So, well,
Yes.
that is really a great research, and I would just suggest you if you can, put some animal studies into this as well. That will really going to become a very great study. Thank you.
Sure.
Over to you, Professor Emmanuel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The same citation is awarded to Salina Nupane for having attended the International Scientific Drug Conference of Asia 2020. Thank you. At this point, we now proceed with the 13th presenter. The 13th presenter is a faculty member of the Department of Nursing at St. Dominic College of Asia, Philippines. He graduated with a bachelor's degree in science and nursing at Metropolitan Medical Center, Philippines College of Nursing. He pursued his Master of Science in Nursing, major in adult health, nursing specialized in emergency room, critical care, and oncology nursing at the Immaculada Concepcion de la Concordia, Manila, Philippines. Currently, he is taking up his Doctor of Philosophy in Educational Management at the Cavite State University, Philippines. He is also the BS Nursing Level 1 Coordinator. He is also one of the board member of the Philippine Nurses Association Cavite chapter. To present, I Am What I Am, a disclosure analysis of nursing students in the clinical area. Let us call Professor Christian S2.
Thank you, Dr. Edman. Am I audible? Am I audible, sir?
Yes, Dr. Tu, you are very audible. Could you now please share your presentation?
Uh, Good afternoon to everyone.
I think,
My name is,
Dr. Tu, there is some interference on your background.
wait. Wait lang. Okay na?
Okay, that's better.
Okay.
Okay? Okay, you may.
Good afternoon to everyone. I'm going to present a research. Before anything else, I would like also to acknowledge my co-researchers, Professor Serena J. Alarca, Professor Tito Binoobra, Professor Marina J. Dupaya, Professor Rosel P. Gutierrez, Tudor D. L. Madriaga, Professor Shirley Pasete, Professor Dennis Cesar, Professor Tadene, and Professor Dominguez. I am happy and proud to present to you my research study, I Am What I Am, a discourse analysis of nursing students in the clinical area. So for the introduction, the clinical instructor has significant role in developing different strategies and resources to help the students to learn in the classroom setting as well as in the clinical areas as to what has been taught to them and what has been taught and what would be the expected outcomes. And because of these efforts, there's empirical evidence of nurse education to significant that these approaches are effective. However, some nurse educators indicated that nursing student ability to think critically may increase throughout the nursing program. For the methodology, I am utilizing a discourse analysis. What is discourse analysis? So discourse analysis is a contextual approach of getting a data from a sources. So at this point, I utilize their learning feedback diary as one of the requirements. At the same time, we thoroughly analyze the content of their learning feedback diary. So the research analysis I utilize, of course, is for the Michael Foucault, the father of contextual research analysis. For the resorted discussion, the researchers come up three themes. First is the learning of the clinical procedure. Second is the application of the nursing procedure. Third is the obstacles in the clinical areas. The response or the theme is based from the response of the nursing students based from their learning feedback diary. First, the learning from the clinical procedures. This theme shows the motivation to learn our students. This is actually to prepare our students for the exposure in the nursing procedure prior to application. Next is the application of the nursing procedures. For the application of the nursing procedures, this theme shows the interest of the participants or the students learn from the clinical PCR skills enhancement prior to the application of the nursing procedure. The students prepare themselves in handling patients and handling nursing procedures. Next is the obstacles of the nursing procedure. In the obstacles in the clinical area, we have actually we have subcategorized in the obstacles in the clinical area. First is the ineffective communication. Okay, this is essentially the most important theme among other themes because it deals with staff nurses, doctors, and other personnel in the hospital. So mostly the response of the students here is they tend to communicate mostly to their clinical instructors. They have actually stresses themselves to communicate with other staff. Okay, next is another for the obstacles in the clinical area is inadequate readiness. Inadequate readiness is we need to prepare our students. However, the student is quite unprepared every time we went to the clinical area. Next is obstacles in the clinical area in terms of emotional reactions. In line with this, emotional reactions in terms of inferiority complex because mostly male nurses are mostly prepared than female nurses. Okay, for the visual representation, okay, so for the visual representation of themes, this is actually based from the response of the students in their learning feedback diary. At the same time, we created a visual representation based from the contextual analysis of Michael Falk. Okay, so the mirror represents the reflection of the entirety of the clinical instructor's teaching, which is expressed by how the nursing students provide nursing care in the various clinical settings. The clinical instructor is the greater influence of the student, especially in learning and application in dealing with the obstacles represented by the rocks in the lower part of the figure. The remarkable representation of the clinical instructor include clinical instructor teach the student on how to provide quality care. The students should have actually a positive outlook in life, a good and a very good bedside manner. At the same time, some of our students is somehow prepared to be a good leader utilizing the nursing leadership management nursing. For the conclusion, based from the result of the study, many students learned from their clinical instructors and applied all the nursing procedure in the clinical learning environment. The participants encountered different obstacles in the clinical area. The teacher or the clinical instructors prepare their students or they molded their students, of course, in dealing with those obstacles. Remarkable experiences learned may be applied to their future profession or to be as a future healthcare provider. Okay, the clinical instructors have been good role models to the students as they apply all the learnings and applications and all remarkable ideas. For the recommendation, I tend to utilize, of course, the discourse analysis of Michael Falk. However, it could also be applied to the future researcher to utilize, of course, a grounded theory. The clinical instructor should be prepared nursing students in specific tasks as may encounter all the obstacles in the future. In my 12 years of nursing instructor in St. Dominic, I may say that I already produced thousands of Dominican nurses. So we may say, or I may say, I am what I am because I already made my craft and I already made my brand to St. Dominic. Thank you. And this is actually dedicated in memoriam to our good friend who also a researcher, Dr. Jonathan R. Adanza. Thank you.
Hello,
Hi.
very good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Doc.
Yes, yes.
Namaste.
Hello. That was really a different study I can see over here because this is somehow a kind of emotional attachment as well towards your profession.
Yes, sir. Yes, Doc. Actually, I incline more actually in the soft science. As I watch, of course, the previous presenter, they're actually mostly a hard science
Technical,
approach.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Hmm.
Yes, this is actually my dedication to create, of course, or to develop a research inclined, of course, mostly in the soft science approach. That's actually nursing all about.
Yeah, and I guess when it comes to nursing, because I myself is a healthcare provider, a pharmacist, and I have been into clinicals as well. So I can understand that nursing is which one particular area which have been actually not paid attention much attention towards because but the nursing professionals are having very kind of emotional bonding towards the patient, the hard work which they do, the emotional support which they put towards the patient. So I guess this is something a noble area which we all should have to consider about. And yeah, your words.
Doc, you know what? In my 12 years of teaching in St. Dominic, or even in different clinical areas, it takes actually for me a bravery. Actually, to be a faculty of St. Dominic, it's actually a carry, actually a burning torch to the nursing profession because it's like actually action carry out by one, actually to illuminate the lives of many. Actually, I dedicate my whole self in teaching. I I uh, I give all, I dedicate myself in teaching. I impart knowledge to my students. I dedicate my whole self, my love, and of course, trying to uplift my students, of course, to empower and to educate all nursing students. Actually, it would be actually my greatest honor and by duty, actually, to be, of course, a good healthcare provider at the same time, a good educator. Because actually, we already molded our students well.
Of course, that's a great message from your side, and I would like to give a straight message towards all the people who are watching us that nursing is indeed is a very noble, profession, and it requires high level of emotional stability because nursing profession is all about caring to the patient always and about supporting to the patient emotionally as well. So thank you very much, Christian. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you,
Yeah, thank you.
thank you.
And over to you, Professor Emmanuel, and I guess
Thank you,
to other panel
Professor.
members. Do we
Thank
have
you
any
very
other?
much.
Yeah.
To award the same citation, it's hereby awarded to Professor Christian S2 for having attended the International Scientific Drug Conference of Asia 2020. Let's now proceed with the 14th presenter.
Thank you, Sir Eman.
The 14th presenter is currently working as an assistant professor of clinical pharmacy in the Department of Pharmacy, Quad Al Azam University, Pakistan, the number one ranking university in Pakistan. Dr. Khan obtained his PhD degree in clinical pharmacy at University Sains Malaysia or USM in Malaysia and Master of Philosophy degree from Quad Al Azam University and Doctor of Pharmacy or PharmD degree from the Faculty of Pharmacy, Gomal University, securing the first class first position gold medal award. He was awarded in various fellowships in research work at various international universities such as the UON Chair of Oman's Medicinal Plants and Marine Natural Products, Nizwa University, Sultanate of Oman, and University Sains Malaysia or USM Malaysia. He published several research articles in prestigious journals and attended or organized several national as well as international conferences to present assessment of depression among hemodialysis patients in different dialysis facilities. Let us call Dr. Amjad Khan. Hello,
Yes,
doctor.
Prof. Hi. How are you, Prof? Am I audible?
Yes, doctor, you're very audible. Could you please share your presentation?
Yes, thank you. Okay, I'm sharing.
Okay, may I call on the technical team to please project the PowerPoint by Dr. Khan? Okay, doctor, to be able to
Yes,
present
Prof.
your...
Yes, I'm
Yes.
just sharing.
Okay,
Uh,
doctor.
Sorry for the inconvenience. I will just take 2 minutes. I think my Google Chrome is not responding. So I'm
Okay,
just
doctor.
taking 2 minutes.
Okay, doctor. So while we wait for Dr. Scan presentation, just reminding everyone to please don't forget to sign the evaluation form that is posted on the comment section for your e-certificates. Also, please wait until the end of this webinar or conference for the announcement of winners. Thank you very much. Again, please don't forget to sign the evaluation form that is posted on the comment section for your e-certificates. Also, please wait until the end of this conference for the announcement of winners. Thank you very much. I think, hello, doctor. Are you
Yes,
still there?
I'm
Okay.
trying one more try. My presentation is open from here, but I think some problem while I'm sharing the screen. Uh, so I'm getting the problem from here. Yes, now, okay.
Okay,
So
doctor.
now my slides are visible.
Okay, doctor. It's now visible. Okay. You're very audible and your presentation is very visible. You can now start your presentation, doctor.
Okay, thank you, Professor. First of all, I'm very thankful to Professor Anthony and son Dominic College of Asia, Philippines, and the organizing committee of International Scientific Drug Conference of Asia for inviting us to this very important conference. Uh, and I'm before starting this presentation. Uh, as I have just 12 minutes. So to further delay it, I'm going to talk about assessment of depression among hemodialysis patients in different dialysis facilities. So I choose this specific topic for today's conference is that like in Malaysia, there are various facilities, dialysis facilities, three different kind of dialysis facilities like the government sector, the private sector, and the NGOs based running dialysis centers. So they're offering these three different dialysis facilities, and patients can go for treatment in these different facilities. So first of all, going towards the Malaysian scenario, according to the 23rd report of MDTR, the prevalence of end-stage renal disease in Malaysia was reported as 0.36%. Malaysia continues to note an increase linear in patients on dialysis over 10 years from 3167 cases in 2005 to 6479 cases in 2015. So the total number of hemodialysis and peritoneal dialysis patients increased to 33,456 and 3727 respectively in 2015. New kidney transplantation rate decreased by 50% over last 10 years uh, to about 3 PMP in 2015, owing to decreasing trend due to easy availability of dialysis treatment. Now, the basic concept, the problem statement of this study was that what is actually the relationship between the hypovolemia and hypertension, as we know that the absorption of salts and water among hemodialysis patients takes place in the same manner as in normal people. But the problem is in excretion. For excretion, they need the dialysis procedure. So it was estimated that approximately 1 to 3 liters of extracellular water is gained between each dialysis procedure. And there are two phenomenons for this responsible for this hypertension. The one is the constant fluctuation that actually leads towards the high blood pressure and cardiovascular events. So hypervolemia is directly, or fluid overload is directly related with the hypertension. So up till now, what do we know? That hypertension is a very common comorbid condition, and its prevalence is like 60 to 90% in hemodialysis patients. The two main common causes of hypertension in dialysis patients are the first is the volume overload, and the second is the ROS. So, a volume overload dependent hypertension can be corrected if we are estimating the dry weight in dialysis patients. So we can control the blood pressure, the volume overload dependent hypertension by accurating or by estimation of dry weight, the accurate estimation of dry weight. And at this stage, we are not going towards antihypertensive drugs. If the hypertension is due to the volume overload, so we are not going towards antihypertensive therapy, but our strategy should be to control the volume overload, and our objective will be the euvolemia. It's not antihypertensive drugs, but if it is due to the or estimation or this activation of RAS dependent hypertension, then definitely we will go towards the antihypertensive drugs. So the specific objective of this study was the determination of prevalence and predictors of depression among hemodialysis patients in different dialysis facilities. As dialysis is a long-term therapy, so patients usually suffering from psychiatric disorders, and depression is the most common psychiatric disorder in dialysis patients. So the study design, it was a multi-center study, prospective observational cohort study conducted at the Hospital University Sciences Malaysia, HUSM, in the state of Kelantan. It was the main research site, and there were 5 to 6 private dialysis centers and 2 to 3 NGOs running dialysis centers that are working in Kelantan. So we also collected data from those all centers. Uh, and the study population, all enrolled HD patients, hemodialysis patients were on regular dialysis therapy at the study site. So inclusion criteria for this study was that patients who aged between 30 and 90 years were included, patients undergoing dialysis for at least 12 months, and having 3 HD sessions per week. Exclusion criteria including patients with liver cirrhosis, pregnant females, patients with age less than 18 years, patients with amputations, patients with pacemakers, patients with implanted metallic devices, and those patients who are not willing to participate in this study. This is the layout, the data collection that we have had a standardized data collection form, and here we have at HUSM the Advanced Dialysis Nephrology Application Network, which we call it ADNAN. So it was developed by the consultant nephrologists in HUSM, and all the records of the patients who are taking treatment in HUSM, other dialysis patients who are taking treatment in the other centers and other private NGO sectors, NGO running centers in Kelantan. So all the patients' data are regularly updated in this network, and the researchers or the nephrologists or clinical pharmacists just to give the RN number of the patient, and we can get all the relevant data that how they're taking the procedures, the dialysis process, medication, lab results, everything. Variables were included on the basis of advisory committee suggestions and on the basis of the extensive literature review. So we use a questionnaire, which we call it a HARTS questionnaire, Hospital Anxiety and Depression Scale questionnaire, for assessing depression in hemodialysis patients. And we use it at 3 time points. The first one at a baseline visit, initial evaluation, then after 3 months interval, and then at 6 months interval. So overall, there were 220 patients who were judged eligible for the study and who completed the questionnaire at the baseline visit. Subsequently, 216 patients filled the questionnaire at the second visit, and 213 patients completed questionnaire on the final visit. Ethical approval was obtained from the Human Resource Ethics Committee of Hospital ESM Malaysia. All procedures are performed involving human participants in accordance with the ethical standards and all this. So this is just a layout, the idea that after exclusion criteria, we have finally got 220 patients, and after that, 220 patients filled this questionnaire at baseline. 4 patients died at second visit. To 16 patients filled the questionnaire. After that, 3 patients again died, and the final visit we got the field questionnaires from 213 patients. So in this slide, we will just see about a little bit about the HARTS. That what is HARTS actually? This was translated in Malaysian language, and we obtained the copyrights from the tool developers in Malaysia. This is a very simple questionnaire, just take 2 to 5 minutes to complete. And the questionnaire have 2 domains, 7 questions, 7 items for the anxiety, and 7 items for the depression. And the scoring system is like each question has 4 options. The first is yes, definitely. The second is yes, sometimes. Third, no, not much. And the fourth is no, not at all. And we, after the analysis and completing all this data, when we are going towards the scoring on this hard scale, so from 0 to 7 is considered as a non-case. And when score ranging from 8 to 10, that is a borderline case. And when score is above 11 points, we consider those patients as that they're suffering from severe depression. And for items 7 and 10, the scoring is reversed. So here are the results of this study that at baseline, after the multivariate logistic regression analysis, we got the results, significant results. I'm just talking here about the significant results. We got the significant results for those patients who are taking treatment at angio sector. So this is the beta values showing that the negative association is here between the patients and who are taking treatment at angio sectors. And this is significance, means that those patients who are taking treatment at NGOs running dialysis centers have a better management of depression as compared to government sector. At second visit, there was no significant results with us. And at final visit, we again got the significant results for angio sector, that those patients who were taking treatment at angio sectors were having better management of practices, specifically focusing the depression. And those patients who are suffering from diabetes mellitus along with hypertension, they have higher prevalence rates of depression. So the conclusions from this depression study that 157 patients, 71.3% at baseline were suffering from depression. 169 patients, 78.2% were suffering at second visit, and 181, that is 84.9% patients were suffering from depression at final visit. Our study also revealed that depression was more prevalent in females at 6.3% as compared to males. Patients with middle socioeconomic status were at higher risk of depression, and 84.6% married patients were reported as depressed. And as the negative association of depression with dialysis therapy at NGOs running dialysis facilities is an indication of better depression management practices at these centers, diabetes mellitus is linked with increased prevalence of depression in HD patients. So the findings of this study was already published in BMC Public Health. Here is the research article. So the future recommendations that for the better management of depression and to enhance the quality of life of HD patients, studies should be carried out on national level in government, private, and NGOs running dialysis centers. And strategies should be taken on how to reduce the prevalence of depression where it is more prevalent. So the second phase of this study we are now conducting in Pakistan. And in Pakistan, we have two sectors for the patients who are on dialysis, or we are providing facilities in two sectors. One is the government sector hospitals; they are providing dialysis facilities, and the second is the private sector. So NGO sector is not actually working here who are offering dialysis facilities like in Malaysia. NGO sector is also working, and the advantages of that is that if three sectors are working, so people our patients have three different choices to select where they can take the dialysis therapy and like so. So in Pakistan, so the important thing is that the first thing is that to identify the depression in dialysis patients, and then the strategies how to minimize, how to reduce the prevalence of depression where it is more prevalent. So here is the role of a clinical pharmacist, the counseling. We can counsel the patients as dialysis therapy is a long-term therapy. So they need counseling, proper counseling. We involve here the clinical pharmacists. We can also involve here the psychiatrists, so they can properly counsel the patients and we can properly monitor the depression level. And the next step is if some patients are really in depression, they have suffering from severe depression, so we can go towards the antidepressants therapy as well. So we are now working in Pakistan on these several objectives, and this is the continuation of the same project which we already have done in Malaysia. So that's all from my side. Here are the references, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Khan. Indeed, your presentation and your research is a very interesting topic, very interesting research. Depression is one of the, yes, depression is one of the, through the years, depression has been, and I think hopefully it will never be, okay? I mean, it has been, and it has been one of the major concerns of our society. Based on your research, of course, you did your literature review in doing this research. I just want to ask this question. With the advancement of technology in hemodialysis, were you able to encounter literature that state or that has that indicates that there is a difference between the depression assessment of depression from previous dialysis patients versus the dialysis patients nowadays, because of the advanced technology, you know, as you mentioned, we have several hemodialysis centers unlike before. Were you able to encounter literature or yes, that's my question. So difference of the previous and now based on the depression assessment.
Okay, Prof, I got it. I will add few things here that, like in Malaysia, when patients, because this procedure is 3 to 4 hours procedure, and 3 times per week. So that's why that's one of the reasons that's why patients are going in depression like so. So for the better management in Malaysia, in hospitals, they're using like a music therapy. And when a patient is taking a dialysis procedure 3 to 4 hours, they're used to watch a television like this, music therapy like this type of thing. So in Pakistan, we are observing that here in hospitals they're not actually implementing these type of things to relax the patients while coming for the dialysis procedures, during the dialysis procedure, and post dialysis procedure. First of all, we should counsel them about proper counseling about the pharmacotherapy, because dialysis patients are taking so much medicines. Usually they're suffering from diabetes, from cardiovascular events as well. So they need proper counseling about medicine, about therapy, about schedules, so all these things. And we can introduce like these are some interventions that during treatment. how we can give some relaxing things like music therapy or like this, and watching TV, etc. So this may add a few of the things in this case.
Yes, that's very good. And I think that's a very good recommendation for not just in your country, but also in the world. You know, we really need music therapy and a lot of things to somehow lessen the depression and or the anxiety. Thank you so much, Dr. Khan. Thank you.
Thank you, bro. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor. The same citation is awarded to Dr. Ahmad Khan for having attended the International Scientific Drug Conference of Asia 2020. And now let's proceed to our 15th presenter. The 15th presenter is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Gujarat Technological University, Ahmedabad, India with distinction. A graduate of Masters of Science in Pharmaceutical Chemistry in Gujarat Technological University in India with distinction also. He also represented his research in the 6th International Conference at Sri Dhanvantari Pharmacy College, India, to present 3D QSAR study for the 2-aminobenzamide containing HDA1C inhibitors as anti-cancer agent. Let us call Salman Patel. Okay. Unfortunately, presenter number 15 is not around because of internet connectivity problems. Okay, so at this point, let us now hear the message from the principal of Jamaya College of Pharmacy, Akalkuwa, MS India, and the consultant editor of the International Journal of Science and Pharma Innovations, Professor Mohamed Tariq. In behalf of Dr. Tariq, may we call Professor Rahil Khan to represent Dr. Tariq.
Thank you very much, Professor. I think all are audible. Am I audible? If I am audible to all of you,
Yes,
Professor
Professor,
Emmanuel?
you are
Yeah.
very audible.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Uh, Unfortunately, Professor Tariq is not with us because of some emergency work. He's and the time of our conference is, scheduled somehow delayed. That's why he left the premises for some urgent work. On behalf of him, as an academic in charge of Jamia College of Pharmacy, Akkalkuwa, this college is situated in the valley of Satpura, which is situated in a very rural area of India, state of Maharashtra, and we are quite hardly, striving towards the strengthening of weaker sections of socially and economically weak sections of our country to provide education, not only in terms of pharmacy, but also in terms of engineering, polytechnic, medical, nursing, and education, B.Ed, D.Ed, and even the schooling education from nursery towards the junior college level. So this is the basic uh, structure of Jamia campus here in Akkalkuwa. And on behalf of our college, our management, and Professor Mohammad Tariq, I would like to to extend my heartfelt gratitude towards San Domino's College, Dr. Joel Matthijs, and Professor Marine, as well as all the presenters who have presented so marvelous presentations of their research activities on this particular platform. And we are joining hands with St. Domino's College in the future as well to provide such kind of activities to the students, to the fraternity of researchers, to provide a platform for their morale and for their strengthening their research activities. So this is something, a message from Professor Mohammad Tariq, which I have given on behalf of him, on behalf of Jamia College of Pharmacy. And we are really thankful to all the people who have joined us on the YouTube and other social media platform as well. Thank you very much. So that is from the message from Professor Mohammad Tariq, which I have given on behalf of him. Thank you. Over to you, Professor Emmanuel.
Thank you very much, Professor Khan. Let us also hear the message from the Editor-in-Chief of the International Journal for Science and Pharma Innovations and a senior lecturer in Jamia College of Pharmacy, Akalkua, MS India, Dr. Yasir Ahmed Ansari. Hello, Doctor. Please unmute yourself. Okay, Doctor. Yes, Doctor. You're now audible.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, Doctor. You are audible.
Yeah, starting with the name of Almighty Allah. Uh, good morning, good afternoon to one and all. First of all, I would like to thank St. Dominic College of Asia, School of Health Science, Bakur, Cavite City, Philippines, Professor Anthony Marine, Professor Joel Matamis, and other panel members who have collaborated with the International Journal of Science and Pharma Innovations. It will be it is one of the good opportunity for IJSPI to collaborate with the St. Dominic College of Asia, Philippines. And then I would like to thank other panel members. International Journal of Science and Pharma Innovations is an international journal of science and pharmacy who publishes original research and review papers, journal review the articles and on fast track basis and publish the article within a month. This journal is an international and who publishes quality papers. Then uh, we are grateful to present our journal with most of the countries those are those are participating with this conference with St. Dominic College of Asia. Then again, I would like to thank St. Dominic College of Asia, Philippines, Professor Anthony Marine, Professor Dean of College, uh, Dr. Joel Matamis, Professor Rahil Khan, and other panel members and presenter who have presented their research and original papers, articles in the international conference, which is a great opportunity for them to present their research work in that international conference. Then thank you all. Okay.
Thank you, Doctor. At this juncture, we will have the final message from the research panels, starting with Dr. Nilda W. Balsicas, to be followed by Dr. Mary Nelly T. Roa and Professor Rahil Khan. May we call Dr. Nilda W. Balsicas for her final message.
Good evening. I think this is a very fruitful day, and we hope that everybody was able to learn something, gain a very huge ideas and concepts as regards to what else can be done in the pharmacological aspect in research. Thank you very much, organizers. Thank you very much, presenters, and to the online participants. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nilda W. Balsicas. Let us now call on Dr. Mary Nelly T. Roa.
Wow, this is indeed a wonderful day filled with knowledge, development, and innovations in research. It is high time that an event like this took place to highlight pharmaceutical, medical science, caring science, and drug discovery, and more. Looking back at the list of researches presented, it reveals the amazing diversity of our research community, how engaging and creative we can be. Indeed, the new normal gave us a goldmine of opportunities to collaborate globally and be united as one with one purpose and one vision, unity amidst diversity. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Dr. Roa. And now let us hear the message of Professor Rahil Khan.
Thank you very much, Professor Emmanuel. This is indeed an opportunity and a great pleasure for me, for my college, Jamia College of Pharmacy, for our journal as a managing director of the journal called International Journal of Pharma Science and Pharma Innovations. This is basically a very unique kind of platform which we are providing. And as other panel members also said, this is a great day for all the research associates across the Asia, even the students as well, that they are hearing so much ideas on this one particular platform. And special thanks and congratulations to all the presenters, as there so much, the quality research is coming towards on one single platform, with the help of St. Domino's College of Asia. And this is the mastermind, Professor Anthony Marine, my dear friend, and the Dean of the college, Dr. Joel Mathis, and to Professor Emmanuel as well. I would like to thank, because he's anchoring, he's hosting the event since the morning, means morning to, I'm talking about in terms of India. And it's been almost over 5 hours we are sitting, and he's actually conducting the program with so much enthusiasm. So I really pay my tribute, my thanks to you, Professor Emmanuel, and to your technical team as well, because they are, striving very hard to make this event a very grand success. So once again, my heartily congratulations to all the presenters who have got the certifications, and to all the members who have joined with us on live platform like YouTube or maybe on Facebook today, those who are listening to us, those who are watching us. So I would like to request all the student community from all the across the areas of science, medicine, and pharmacy, that they should, do some gather some innovative ideas, and we are definitely coming future with a grand event like this as well. So thank you once again to one and all. Thank you. Over to you,
Thank you,
Professor Emmanuel,
Professor Khan.
and if we can hear something from Professor Anthony as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Khan. Let's now proceed with the awarding of certificate for the best in oral research presentation. The result is based on the evaluation of the research panels, Dr. Nilda W. Balsicas, Dr. Mary Nelly T. Roa, and Professor Rahil Khan. We already have the result, and we will award 3 winners for this conference. The best in research, or the best presenter, the second best presenter, and the third best presenter. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment that you would all be waiting for. To award the best in oral research presentation, let us call Dr. Mohamed Tariq. So again, in behalf of Dr. Tariq, may we call Professor Rahil Khan to award the winners.
Yes, sure. On behalf of Professor Mohammad Tariq, again, I am here to present the award of certificates which we have made for the best presenter, and this is for ranker first, second, and third, which we are presenting, that is in collaboration with St. Dominic College of Asia, Jamia College of Pharmacy, and in collaboration with International Journal of Science and Pharma Innovations. We are presenting this certificate of recognition to the presenter. Professor Emmanuel, can I have the name?
Okay, Doctor.
Yeah.
We're waiting for the technical team.
Yes, I'm also waiting for the message and all.
Okay.
But meanwhile,
May
I
we
would
call
must
on the
congratulate. Yeah.
chairman of the ISDCA to please send the result of the final winners to Professor Khan.
Uh, on one thing, I would like to just mention this particular ranking is nothing but a very minute kind of, score deviations. It is not something that somehow one research was very great or another was one not. All the research ideas I personally liked very much, because I know as a researcher, as the managing editor of a research journal, and as the research instructor as well, I personally know how hard it is to convince an idea, to adapt it, to get initiated that particular idea, and to get the answers for your idea of research, and to write a beautiful paper on that, and to represent it on a PowerPoint presentation on platform like this. So that is completely an overwhelming experience for all the researchers, I guess. But this is just a little bit of marking deviations. On that note, we are representing these certificates of ranking for first, second, and third. So, Professor
Yes,
Emmanuel, can
doctor, I
we have?
completely agree with you. These are
Yes.
merely recognitions for your hard work, but
Yes.
this doesn't
So I have
define
got the
you. Okay.
names of the rankers as well.
Okay,
On
doctor.
behalf of Jamia College of Pharmacy, and on behalf of Professor Mohammad Tariq, who is not with us currently, who left for some urgent meetings, as I have mentioned, on behalf of Jamia College of Pharmacy and International Journal of Science and Pharma Innovations and St. Dominic College of Asia, this international conference is presenting the number third. I'm going from the number third uh, ranking certificate of recognition to Dr. Ghodgaonkar Sunaina, as well as that is this is a tie between three actually. Dr. Ghodgaonkar Sunaina, Dr. Fakhruddin, and Professor Samantha Lee Ocampo. This is a tie between all three of them on the ranking number third. So on the third place, this is a something which we have three different names which are coming as per the markings. That is Dr. Gadgaonkar Sunaina, Dr. Fakhruddin, and Professor Samantha Lee Ocampo. And now the rank number two is which goes to Professor Alisa M. Cruz. Professor Emmanuel, if we can have the winners on the screen as well. Professor Emmanuel, can we have the winners on the screen? Yes. So the second ranking goes to Professor Alisa M. Cruz, and the first ranking at this international, first of its kind, ISDCA, International Scientific Drug Conference of Asia, first of its kind, online conference, goes to Dr. Qazi Majaz Ejazuddin. It's again a tie, and A.S. Quddusi, to both of them. So on the first rank, we have a tie over here as well. The first rank goes to A.S. Quddusi and Dr. Qazi Majaz Ahmad Ejazuddin from Ali Alana College of Pharmacy, India. So this is a tie again. So congratulations to all the winners and to all the participants. Thank you very much, Professor Emmanuel. Over to you if anyone would like to say something, like the winners if we have over here, so they
Yes,
can
doctor.
share their this thing to you.
So again, congratulations to all the winners and all the participants who participated in this conference. At this point, may we call Professor Roland Sardan, the Program Chair of the Department of Physical Therapy, St. Dominic College of Asia, for the closing remarks.
So thank you, Dr. Pacao, for the introduction. In behalf of the whole academic community of St. Dominic College of Asia, we would like to thank everyone who has participated into this very momentous event, a very momentous research event entitled Research Development and Innovation in Global Healthcare. Indeed, during the time where healthcare is highlighted during a global health pandemic, this research endeavor is much appreciated and is very much in need during this time of the pandemic. So in behalf of the whole academic community of St. Dominic College of Asia, we would like to thank all the participants from India, Malaysia, Pakistan, Nepal, and the Philippines for presenting your research papers with flying colors and finally completing and presenting your paper into an international fora. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Thank you, Professor Sordan. We would like to thank the following who made the ISDCA 2020 possible. To Dr. Gregorio A. Andaman Jr., SDCA President, and to the technical team, Ms. Stephanie Palpalatok, Mr. John Lord Bralia, Mr. J. Avila, Ms. Grace Demetilio, Mr. Lars Gata, Professor Jelly Ann Escobar, Carmela Regis, and Sweet Pascual. Again, please don't forget to sign the evaluation form posted in the comment section for your e-certificates. We hope to see you again on the second ISDCA to be held on May 2021. That ends the conference. Thank you very much and congratulations to everyone.
To us becoming sing with joyful hearts we bring noble mission and vision that everyone holds on. Future of excellence and goals to reach our dreams. With unity and favor we cherish forevermore. Alma Mater, you guide us towards the truth that every one of us has to go forth. Reach us with your love and for us to be whole and great. Through the gloomy tears, with joy, pride, and zest, facing every challenge with character and will. Ours is gratitude for our fortitude, gaining solid gravity, uplifting dignity. Our matter, you guide us towards the truth that every one of us has to go forth. Reach us with your love and for us to be whole and great.